Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Friday, January the 23rd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. So you in our main room, you can hear me, see my screen. Maybe somebody in. Thank you very much, Pepe. And so we're all good to go on YouTube also. So before I get going on all this, I mean, we see some of these big movers. Look at Intel, guys. So Intel had earnings after hours yesterday. And wow, I mean, that's a big move down, 12% with that float, 4 billion in the float. That is a big move down for Intel. Tumbles as supply chain snarls hamper hamper turnaround. So that is wow, Intel. That's a big move down. And look at the previous 4 weeks. Well, not including this week, all up, up, up. So I know a lot of, and even before earnings, the 3 days before, that is why, people think, oh, well, Intel's going to have great earnings. Look at the move in advance of. Well, not so fast. Anyway, Intel down, INTC. I could not find the Intel short. Here's the Intel long somewhere. The ETF. I could not find the Intel short. I don't know why. I'm getting, I'm typing Intel in here, and I get the long ETF, which is right here, INTW, but I do not get. I don't get the short version. If there's got to be one. Anyway, let's keep going on the other one. So Move, I saw Move actually have the move after hours yesterday. You're going to see in my the Move area right there. You can see the big move after hours yesterday. And all I really recall, I did see the move, but all I really recall is something to do with NVIDIA. Surges on merger partners Corvex, H200 GPU agreement with NVIDIA. So that is the reason for the big move. Oh, I know. I'm just surprised, Julian. I mean, you see some of these other stocks that are certainly less prominent than Intel, and they have them. I'm just surprised. So that is the move. That is move. Now, is that minus 15? Is that Fahrenheit or centigrade? You Americans who are challenged metrically. DRCT. DRCT. What is, I don't see any news on this one. Communication stocks. I don't see any specific news for DRCT. And then KUST, KUST. So what did it do? It popped up to 4, came back down to 3, enters into an MOU to divest their video solution segment for $6 to $8.5 million. Okay. I'm hearing ATLN. I saw it was up and then down. Yeah, big pop up. Look at this. Imagine if you got nailed on this. Wow, look at this thing going. You're going to take it. And even, had some nice days ahead of it. And it's an acquisition. That's right. I was looking at this in the pre-market. I was wondering, is this Circulate a public company? But it is not. Doesn't appear to be anyway. Did not find anything. So, and I think it's a share, all shares. But look at this. I mean, popped up to 552 and right back down to 328. Actually gone negative. Guys are crazy. 0 is cold, 100 is hot. 0 ice freezes, 100 water boils. How easy is that? Anyway. 100 is pretty hot. Yeah, for us, 25, 25, 30 would be hot. All right. Our rival, our I didn't see any news in this one. RVYL did not see any news. I don't think anyway. Give me a moment. Yeah, I do not see any news for rival RYVL. In fact, I'm not even sure I've ever seen this one before. RVYL, sorry, RVYL. I'm not sure I've seen this one before. Another really stupid low float, 900,000. Yeah, let's see. The SPY is down just a little bit. It's down, so we're having a mildly negative open probably. All right, CHRS. Oppenheimer initiated coverage with a outperform and a target of 10. Okay, you're sitting at 184, so a target of 10 from Oppenheimer for CHRS. Before I keep going, look at silver, guys. Another nice percentage move, 3.5%, all-time high, of course. And Oli was pointing out the insane move for HYMC in a month. Sort of a combo silver play. Plus, they came out. They said they had came out with a strike. I think right around here, they had a. What is it? No, I don't mean a strike as a union strike. I'm talking about they struck a load, the mother load, or something. But anyway, something I think that happened right around here. So it took advantage of that plus the move in silver. Now this one, I can anyone remember they did a big reverse split. So while this looks awesome, and it's awesome, of course, if you got in way after the reverse split, remember what the ratio was because they did a big reverse split. So even though there's 51 million in the float, there were a lot more. I can't remember what it was. And this would have been I can't several months ago, even maybe even a year ago. Weren't these the ones that AMC said they had a stake in? But I that's why I put AMC up. But yeah, I don't see AMC doing anything. Maybe they don't have a stake anymore. All right, Life 360. Okay, no volume yet, only 28,000 shares. That's a massive move. What's the spread like? Yeah, 67.52, 68.95. So obviously not a great spread, but what is the reason for this one? Okay, there is some news on it. Higher after the company announced it raised its FY25 sales guidance. So, excuse me, they have earnings on March 2nd, but they're sort of preconditioning the market. SEV is down, excuse me, a lot, 39%, and they're doing a financing at $2, 4.5 million shares at two. So CSX also was an earnings play. why bother? Not you, William. Cutting the price target from 240 from 41. Like, why bother? I mean, come on. I knew it probably got a press release. Thank you, X-Fall guy. So it's 1 for 10. So yeah, to put it in perspective, I mean, this was so it's a $5 stock. Yeah, that's so it is, yeah, it's over 2 years ago. I thought so. But I thought that AMC had something to do with them, that they bought shares in it, and this was supposed to fund AMC's rebound. All right, guys, I'm just looking around at anything else that is could be interesting. So, Ozzy, if you're trying to private message Pepe, you can't do it if that's what you're talking about. I'm just noticing your question in there. So Alcoa is also an earnings play, guys, and down a little bit. Alcoa down a little bit. AA, and the low looking left is 59.66. If that's what you were looking for, like the private message, yeah, you can't do it. Saw DGNX pop up to 2, back down to 170. Signs a joint venture framework agreement with BG Global. That IPO from yesterday, not doing that well. Not doing that well. It's basically at the IPO price. What was it again? BTGO. Wasn't it priced at around 18? Yeah, so it's not really doing that well. Well, you can come into the meeting room and ask his question. It's okay. He can give his opinion. You want to go into the support questions or something like that? I don't think anything's that private about his opinion. Morning, Shaw, in our YouTube room. Other earnings play, guys. Nothing shaking really, but Alaska Air Group, ALK. So I'm just looking at some of these companies that have some name recognition. I Ericsson is up. I mean, a lot really, but I just find this such a slow type trader. 3 billion in the float. I mean, look at look at a monthly chart on this one. I mean, the range is so small. Okay, guys. So Intel, what can we say about Intel? Intel's having a little bit of a bounce. It's holding the VWAP. These that purple line on my 15-minute chart. That's the VWAP. So it's kind of holding the VWAP. All right. RDW. I had this one. I was thinking about. I almost took it. I almost took it in the pre-market, right on that 13 break, right up here. RDW on the move here. And Wainwright maintaining coverage with a buy and a $22 price target. Guys, is there any interruption in the sound, kind of flickering in and out? Just want to know. I'm having that issue with my headset on the music, and that usually means maybe I'm having an internet issue. No? Okay, thank you, Monica. Okay. Ah, that I see. Okay, you're talking about B plus. Yeah, I've always, in the old version, well, old is a few years ago. Yeah, you had a big buy button and you just hit it and that was it. You didn't have to buy and send. I don't think there's a way around it. Okay, I don't think there's a way around it. Not with the present version of if you're doing manual trading. I don't think there's any way around it. In other words, you can't say, well, I don't want to do that. Is there an option? Yeah, you're talking about this where you have to buy and then send. Well, I can't see it, but you're talking about this and then buy and then send. I don't think there's any way around it. Yeah, I agree. Especially if you're, doing a lot of trading, but I don't think there's any option to bypass the send and just when you buy, you buy. So you could have asked me that. Well, there you go, Pepe. Pepe knows. There is a setting. There you go. To disable the order confirmation pop-up. Well, strategy, yes. If you're talking W. Harrison, if you're talking about automation, yes. But what we're talking about, but Pepe says there is a way to bypass the send. Oh, there you go. We're talking manual. We're talking manual. Okay, buy and then the send. So I did not know it. So I still like in the old days, we used to have just a big buy and a big sell button. It was way less complicated. The old days. So maybe okay. What time is it now? 9:18. I got to hurry here. So where? Oops. Oh, so you have it on you have disabled it, but it still pops up. Okay. Okay, guys. Let's see. I want to take a look at. I think all the sectors are up above the 200-day moving average. Got to be now. I mean, consumer staples was the only laggard for several months. We'll take a look at energy. What is energy doing? All right, so I don't. There's really no point in looking at them all. They're all above the 200-day moving average, which makes sense. I mean, the SPY is your all-time high again. Yeah, dividend. Well, I call them dividends. Utility stocks. That's the only one that's even kind of close, I think. I am hearing something called NB. Notto bene. NB is on the move here, guys. Niacor on the move. NB on the move. NB, guys. NB. What's the float on this one? Actually, it's not a low float. 115 million in the float. 115 million in the float. And there are shares to short, 5.5 million in Interactive Brokers. So, what is the news for this one? I'm just trying to see if there's any specific news other than the fact that it's a miner, and the miners are going crazy still. Niobium, scandium, and titanium. Okay, super alloy. Yeah, I saw this one, then I saw it just drop, but I guess we might as well talk about it a little bit. SLE, Super League Enterprises, SLE popped up to 1151, but right back down to 8. Announces partnership with who? Solstan. I don't know who Solstan is, but or what it is, but Solstan's AI-driven intelligence. Okay, so that is so SLE. Now it's probably a very low float. Yeah, 2 million in the float. I do a top list, and just see how many floats are under 1 million now. This one, remember, this one was a late bloomer yesterday, BGL, and it's a continuation now. BGL, that was a real late one. Just as I was closing up in the room yesterday, BGL had a massive top, held its gains too. I mean, up to 450, didn't fall that much, and now look at it, above yesterday's high, and above all this. Let's see, where could it go on a weekly chart? Let me take a look on that weekly chart to see where the next high is. 564. Yeah, 564 looks like the next high. Where did it get to this morning? Got way above that. So 564 right now on the weekly chart is the next high. But again, in the pre-market, it got well over 6. And it's a very, it's low float, 5.6 million. Not a very low float. It's a low float. Okay, guys, got to get my layout that I use once a month. Not my 9:30 layout. One running. Yeah, so I've got a little bit of a different sort of a top list going today, or a race going today. Okay, I'm going to follow this one today. Sort of an idea that Cafe Ole gave to me yesterday. Been looking for stocks that had big moves yesterday. Minimum up close. Minimum. I got 5% up yesterday, and see if there's a continuation. All right, so here are now the top 6 from that list I had earlier, and, wanna see you cannot have my exact layout, okay? It's you can pick and choose what you want, Frito-Lay. I don't have an exact layout with all these charts, you know? Chart again, I've mentioned this I know a few times, not just to you, but to everybody. Charts can be very personal. I mean, I like a 2 and a 5 and a weekly and a daily and a monthly. That's not necessarily everybody's cup of tea in terms of the timeframes you want. So, but I am sharing. If you go to my homepage, I mean, I've got most of the things that you're going to see. You can just extract them from my homepage. Okay, just click on my homepage link and scroll down, and here they are. Okay, right here. Well, this is the version I've got of it. Okay, so, but you can always adjust it. Let's see if I've got something up here. Yeah, so this is a version of it. Now there might be a sound alert on it, okay? There may be a sound alert on it, a little like a home run, a bat sound. I can't remember. So again, anything new in here? I don't think so. Move is still holding its gains. Uh-oh, what's going on with the charts? Hmm, I'm not hung up. Okay, good. Yeah, move is still. I mean, it looks good. I mean, it still has not given up anything yet, really. With that float, wow. So, if it takes out that high right there, that monthly high of 21.23, yeah, I mean, anything can happen. I don't know if that will be an all-time high. I doubt it. Yeah, no, what's happened here, it looks like this is, well, no, if you really go back here, remember, the lifetime range is 1.4%. Means if I had a lifetime candle, it would be right at the very bottom. And so they've done, who knows how many reverse splits they've done. We can look back here. The stock was never $400 or $600 or $1,600, but it's just that is just reverse split adjusted. Look at the market. Little. I think there's some. I think there's some data coming out at 9:45. Put that in the economic. Listen a minute, guys, to the 9:30 open. Yeah, Michigan. 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock, Michigan. All that Michigan stuff, consumer sentiment, etc. I think there was something S&P Global Manufacturing PMI at 9:45, but some Michigan numbers coming out at 10 o'clock, which will probably have an effect on the market. All right, guys, we are getting set for this 9:30 open. We have about 10 seconds left. So I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. You know, what's moving also is NAM, NAMM. Wow, look at this, guys. Look at that. Look at it. Just popped right through that. Popped right through it. Interesting. I don't know why I didn't trigger on my price alert window. Let me just see something here. Oh, there we go. It took a while. Interesting. Oh no, that is that. Well, I'm not sure what happened there. Should have popped up immediately, but maybe. Hmm. All depends on what you're used to trading, W. Harrison. If you're used to trading Apple with with billions in the float, you might think 100 million might be a low float. Really depends on what you're used to trading. I used to think 20 million was a low float, but I mean now we're getting stocks with less than a million. But it really depends on what you're used to trading. So BGL is coming into perhaps, well, not perhaps, it is coming into the VWAP. Will that stall it? You guys, a lot of you guys were playing ASTI yesterday all day long. Here it goes again. ASTI, ASTI. Okay, Redwire now. RDW. I mean, well, just talking about it. Shoot, I'm thinking about. I know it's early for me, but look what it did. It got down to 1261, and then boom, 70 cents, just like that. Intel on the way down, guys. It had a little minor recovery, but now on the way down, making new lows, I believe. INTC. Is an earnings play. Intel is an earnings play. The metals company, TMC, another metal company on the move. I think they actually had some news. Yeah, they had. This is news from yesterday. NOAA application for exploration, etc. Company target Alliance Global raising their target from 650 to 1225. That is TMC. METC. Let's take a look at METC. Coal play. Then a silver play, PWAS. How's silver doing right now? Now, based on what's this one is doing, it might be pulling back a little. Yeah, I mean, I think PWAS is a pretty big silver player, so it's probably a big component of SLV. So there's the rival, the RVYL. So excuse me, RVYL. BRX was kind of been a little choppy, but a great move, a great multi-day move though, from down here from $2. You talk about choppy. Look at Redwire now. I mean that's why, boy, this is poster child for not trading in the first 15 minutes for me. Look at that. I mean, it got right up to 1337 and then right back down to 1250. And this what surprises me is that this is not a low float, 122 million in the float. So, to be this volatile with that amount of with that float is a little bit strange to me. Energy play, SOC, Sable Offshore, SOC, so it's above yesterday's high. I'd be very wary of this ATLN. I mean, this had, again, a big pop up to what, $5, came all the way back down to 3. So, yeah, I mean, it's trying to maybe make a little bit of a move. Schlumberger is an earnings play too, guys. SLB is an earnings play. SLB. I'm sorry, that is not Schlumberger. Sorry, excuse me. No, it is. No, it is. It is. They just called it now. They're calling themselves SL. Well, probably for a long time. SLB Limited. All right, NB over 8. Over 8. NB over 8. Back. It pulled back down to 760. Over 8 again. NB. It just surprises me because of the float. So BGL, what did it do? So it had a nice little pop and then the drop. About $1 drop now from the high. Got into the VWAP. That's right. You and me, Harry. The real earning season has begun. Okay, Nab, you're forcing me. The reason I see it is I have this one thumbnailed, okay, from yesterday, of course. I want to see this one. It's above the high again of yesterday. But, that is what you call a continuation play. Our AI had I think an entry at 235, I want to say 235 from 2 days ago. Only they work this well all the time in terms of continuation. I don't even see the beta on these stocks on anything, PJ. I guess I know we have a beta filter of some sort, but I've never looked at it. So silver, wow, HYMC. So it actually fell because last time I looked, it was at over 50. Well, fell a little bit here. Was it 115? Thank you, John Smo. Jeez, it was 115 on that entry. No, yeah, you're right now. I remember. I kept waiting for a pull. I kept waiting to see if we would get a reentry price, and we never got one. And I think the last 2 days we haven't had any reentries, which is really strange to me. I'm going to go over that in a bit, but so the market. What is the market doing? So the market is, yeah, it's okay. This is stuck. What are you doing? All right, guys. I see we have three AI alerts so far. I think we have. I think we have something called beta, but I've never used it. Never used it. Yeah, beta, or beta ratio, market beta, but it's been pretty active this past few days. Wow, quite active. Fuel cell, guys, FCEL. Scary one. I know it's in the AI. It's a bit of a scary one with that float, but it is what it is. And remember, the big deal about it is some subsidiary of theirs, some kind of a deal with NVIDIA. Okay, well, they had NVIDIA in the press release, and that has caused all the excitement for the move. Okay, just watching it, guys. I'm watching this move. Okay, MOVE. I'm watching to see how well it holds 22. Oh boy. I'm really just I'm this move. It'll be a sort of a lotto type play. RGC, or is this one is another crazy one? RGC. All right. So for the move, and it has moved down now, I will put a price alert up in this area. See if later on in the day, maybe it takes it out. No. 33% pullback? No. You can't, you have to only, you can only use, well, first of all, if you're looking for an alert, the custom formulas are filters. So if you're looking for an alert on a 33% pullback, no. Boy, look at the red wire now. So RDW, no options. Well, I mean, you could put position in days range, I suppose, but that would not be an alert. Not an alert. Not an alert. Yeah, can't help. We can't help you there on unfortunately, you just can't create your own type of filter using your own data. If the if the data points aren't there, well, plus, if you're looking for a real time alert on that pullback, no, for 100% no. Well, it's not a. I mean, it would just show you if it is like where it is in the day's range. So you could put like a min and a max where it is in a day's range, but it's not going to give you an alert. Okay, it's a filter, right? SKM. So if you said I want to see it within 33%, it'll be a filter. So it will show you stocks, at 50% in the day's range or whatever percent you want. So you could put a min and a max there, and so it'll show, but it will not be an alert. I'm not sure it's going to help you, okay, because you're looking for a real time alert. You just have to say to yourself, okay, you know what? We'll have to work with. I mean, I hopefully they're just giving you enough. On the you say 75% is too much, so disregard that. 25% to 33% is not that big a difference, is it? I mean, obviously you can look and you can see, well, it would have worked for NAM. Okay, you're right. I'm talking to SK in the our main room. Okay, SKM. But maybe you would have had 10 others that it didn't work. Anyway, yeah, there's not much you can do. What about this one, guys? Santa Cruz Silver Mining. I don't think I've ever seen this one. It looks like it started trading as SCZM. 3 days ago, 2 days ago. I don't recall it being an IPO. Maybe it was a symbol name change or something, but certainly you're in the right sector. So how could we trade this? Well, maybe you get a little pullback into the cloud. Yeah, so there is a re-entry on that one. You're right, Ryan, and but it is halted on the way down. So it's scary. I was really, really looking at this right around here. No, I'm sorry, no, the 22 level. I was waiting to see if it could hold the 22 level. Boy, Intel continues to move down, guys. What is the next? Wow, look at this on the daily chart now. So the next low on the daily chart is 45.25, 45.23, 45.23. What so develops asking in our YouTube room, where could move open? Well, this is what we see. 19. Okay, there's your so this blue screen you see here, or blue window you see here, nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. Oh, and Chris, yeah. So 1955 is the halt for MOVE and potential open in the 19 level. So your next low for Intel, INTC, getting, reasonably close. I mean, 45, 45.23, 45.22. So we're getting, close, 60 cents away or so. So Intel came from our AI. Now, yeah, so CHRS, what did they do? Coherus. Okay, this is the one with $6 $6 price target, maybe by Oppenheimer. $10 price target from Oppenheimer. Not saying nobody's saying it's going to get there. Okay, that's their opinion. Now the high 189 on the monthly. That's not an issue. 177. The next high in the monthly is 243. Yeah, so it has some on a monthly anyway. It has some room, and that is the CHRS. Look at NAM now, guys. NAM just got halted on the way down. And again, no shorts for me. All right, if this is going to be a 5-minute halt, this is going to open in about 14 seconds if it's a 5-minute halt. And this is the move. Let's see where it actually does open. Again, it's sort of drifting a little bit up from the 19. Here we go, open. Ooh, that got ugly. Well, will the VWAP hold it? There's the VWAP area. That purplish line on my chart, that is the VWAP. 1860 area, 19. I mean, depends if you're using pre-market data, which I do here. Mm, man, Intel, did it take that? Did it take that out? That low out? Not, no, not quite. Actually, it had a pop. Okay, that's why I thought it. It had a pop, a little bit of a pop. Pepe. Oh, no, no. Gemini. Gemini solved it. Not Gemini, but Gemini. You're talking about your price alert window. Well, this is a chop now, guys. These are not wide. I mean, they look wider than they are. Well, I mean, what's the high here? 688, 687. But we're in a chop fest right now. And yes, at 10 o'clock, a bunch of numbers come out. Some Michigan numbers come out at 10 o'clock. THH. So THH got halted also. And this is going to be, well, okay, halted at 9:55 plus 25 seconds. So 10:05 plus, or 10 plus 25 seconds if it's a 5-minute halt. 10 o'clock plus 25 seconds. Okay, drone play. RCAT has room, 1569, about $1 to the next low. Okay, Goro is still looking pretty good on a gold play, of course. This is from our AI. Next high is pretty close, though. I mean, 185 is the next high. Orla, I want to take a look at this one, just over the whole number. It's on the way down, though. Okay, Orla, maybe maybe the VWAP will hold it, ORLA. Maybe the VWAP will hold it, act as support. Let's see if it does. All right, guys, it is now 10 o'clock. So I'm going to go over my homepage and the information you can find on my homepage, including the scans and races and everything else that I share. So NAM resumed on the way down, 10 a.m. and on the way down. Okay, guys, let me put my now. You know what? I forgot to check if the promo code is still. I'm sure it's still going to be working, but I'll check. Let me do a quick check. Oops. Guess what? Promo code not working anymore. It's done. Okay. Gonna make sure of that. Yeah, no, promo code is not, so it was expired yesterday. So it's not that big a difference, but so you can't get 22% off. You can get 15. So if you use Barry 15, you'll get 15% off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. Okay. Remember what I said, 15% off the first month only or an entire year. First month only. And it doesn't matter if you take out a premium or a standard subscription. All I ask, please use my code. If you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code. It helps to keep these rooms free. These rooms, meaning I moderate a YouTube room. And then for those of you on YouTube, the trading room. Okay. That's not the same as YouTube. Same in that it is free. It is a free room. But there's a lot more activity in this room. More traders are in the room, more interaction amongst traders in the room. Plus, there is no time delay. In YouTube, there's a bit of a time lag, about 7 to 8 seconds, and that is put on by YouTube, okay? So if you're looking for a little more action, come into this room if you're sitting in YouTube right now, okay? This room is also open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time in the morning. So if you're looking to see what the ideas are in the pre-market, you can come into this room at 6:45. Thank you, Obi, for opening this room at 6:45. I don't do it. I live in Vancouver, Canada, so a little early. It'd be 3:45 my time. So Obi opens it up. He's in the East Coast at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. I get on the mic, both rooms at around 9 o'clock. Then this room also, I usually leave sometime between 2 and 2:30 Eastern Time. But William in the trading room, he keeps it open later. And I just noticed he posted that he'll keep it open till 3:30 today. Probably next week, it'll be more like 3:50, 3:55-ish, as we get more and more into earnings season. But today it'll be 3:30. So again, if I have to shut YouTube down completely. So if you still want to, talk amongst yourselves in terms of what's going on after I leave, you can come into this room. And if you keep scrolling down, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for this. This is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Now, if you sign up for the trade of the wow, look at the spine. Really nice move on the spine now. And that's the 10 o'clock numbers must have been okay. The Michigan sentiment numbers, etc. I guess they whatever they were, markets reacting positively. So if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have a Gmail, check your promotions folder. Okay, it might be there. If you don't see it there, then contact us. Try to figure out why you're not getting it. But this is free. When you get it, it's an email, and obviously it's an email, but it outlines why is the trade of the week picked. And it gives you a potential entry and a potential stop. How you trade it, if you trade it, of course, is up to you. I think this week's has been pretty good. Did not trigger on. Well, of course, we had was a holiday on Monday, so that makes no sense to me. It's not ally. What is the trade of the week? Well, At any rate, so you can sign up for the trade of the week down here. Now, if you're looking for my scans and you've clicked on my home, before we do that, very important step. So if you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, or if you don't have a subscription to Trade Ideas, click on the education section, the more info. And if you scroll down a bit, getting started with Trade Ideas. That's the first thing you must do. Mandatory, okay, that you do this. If you've just taken a subscription, 12 short videos to get you started. You don't have Trade Ideas and you're wondering, wondering, is this product good enough or something I might want to try? Well, start off with that second video and go to the end. That should give you a good enough idea about whether or not you want to try us for at least a month. A monthly subscription is just month to month. You can cancel anytime. Okay. So that's what I would do if you don't have the product. If you are new to trading, this is for you. A free series of videos called Back to Basics. If you are new to trading, 15 of them. There are 12 videos up here, 15 here. Okay. Now, if you're looking for the information that I'm currently sharing, the custom scans area, click on my homepage link, scroll down, and here they are. Now, technically, they're not all scans, but this is the race here. Okay. I created another race based on a slightly different filter. This is a race based on stocks that were up at least 5% yesterday, closed at least 5% yesterday, and see if there's any continuation. So I'm not sharing that. If you want it, I can give it to you, but this is the one I'm actually sharing. It's underneath. It's the large cap gainers. I do have another race. This is a more volatile race. How do you get into the trading room? You just click on my homepage link. And this is from Marip in our YouTube room. So just click on my homepage link, scroll down a bit, and where it says trading room, okay? Talking to Marip 3394 in our YouTube room. Just click on that. And it's free also, okay? Now, movers to the upside versus movers to the downside. These are two competing scans with similar filters in each. Just looking for stocks with filters, similar filters. One's moving up, one's moving down. In red means it made a new low of the day. Green means it made a new high of the day. Okay, it's a ticker, just like the old days, old days. And that's how people followed, the action in the market. And these are all real time. Pre-market act is up and the pre-market act is down. This is what I use in the pre-market, and the Hulse resumes is here. And I have 3 other scans that I am currently sharing. You can take a look at them. I don't have them up. Just one moment, please. Okay, guys. Okay, so another silver play, EXK, another silver play, EXK. Okay, I have to take a look at this, Chris, just in case, CHRS, just in case. I mean, it did pop a little bit above 2, but if it did that again, where could it go before it hits any sort of resistance? I think we looked on the monthly chart. This is back in, when is that? That is back in December of 2024. There was a high up here at 244. So if we use that as our potential guide, I mean, there could be days within this month or weeks within this month that are closer, but let's see if this can take out 2. And this is, I think the only reason is because Oppenheimer put a $10 price target on it. I don't see any other news, really any news on it. The CRVS guys. So this is another one from our AI guys. So we had 2. I mean, the NAM, has pulled way back now, but look at CRVS. That was another one that in our AI. And great 3-day, 4-day continuation, 3-day continuation. Yes, I can. Let me see if I already saved it. I think I did. Yeah. Oh, here it is. Yeah, it's not on my homepage. Okay, there it is. Now, remember when you load anything from okay, when you load anything, um, this race, what I'm trying to say, if you load this race right now, you're not going to see all the previous winners. Okay, your race starts when you load it. So it is now 10:12 a.m. Eastern time. This race started at 9:30. So that's why, I have some winners. Well, let's see. Maybe I'm wrong. I mean, I'm just going by the buy flag that I see here. That usually, yeah, that's definitely an AI alert. Not today, not today. Previous. This that's that buy flag right there. Oh yeah, that's what I mean. It was a nice continuation. I am a little surprised on the move. I actually thought it would hold over the 20 level, and it may happen later on, but it doesn't look that great now, does it? I mean, it's underneath the VWAP and slip sliding away. All right, guys, what I'm going to do now is and I'm remembering now every day. I want to do, no later than 10:30 is to go over something I think some of you might really like. If you haven't, if you've seen this before, that's fine. But I think it's interesting. Give me a moment, see if there's a question. Alt, okay, alt. What about alt? Yeah, I mean, it's didn't see this in the pre-market. Really did nothing in the pre-market. Is there any news on it? It's not a low float, 103 million. They don't all have to be low floats, but that's a great move. I don't see any news on it though. Not that it has to be news. Yeah, I don't see any news. I'm just looking at my news headlines. I just don't see any news on it. Unusually active options, but I don't see any like news. Jibo, whatever you want to call it. Next high looking left. Well, it's got some room. 293. Get up to 261. Okay, let me go over this. So if you click on new from the toolbar, click on new from the toolbar, and then click on dock to channel bar. Dock to channel bar. Okay. Click on the show more, and then go down to the sector status. These are all theme-based channels. So this is the sector channel. Not every single sector is here, but these are the sectors that we're following in this particular top list window, okay? So again, silver leading the charge, 3.3% up. Interesting. Okay, so what does that red mean? It means 63% of the sectors in this list are red, okay, down for the day. Doesn't mean they're, tanking or anything, but home builders down 1.4%, XRT, XLU. So here they are. Silver, again, leading the charge, up 3.2%. So this is the top sector in this list of sectors. And then home builders, the worst sector in this list of sectors. So for instance, if you're looking to take a silver trade, well, you probably want to know what silver is doing, what the sector is doing. And so you have a little bit of confidence, but of course, is it falling back? I would have this on a chart to see whether or not, I mean, it might be up 3.2%, but it might have been up 5% before, and maybe it's starting to slide. So all I'm saying is that if you're going to take a silver play, I would probably want to have like this 15-minute or 5-minute up and running so you can track it. Then what you can do is, now we don't have silver as one of these, but you can easily create your own. In fact, use Gemini to do it. You can ask Gemini, well, Gemini, what are the silver plays that make up what are the stocks that make up SLV? Okay. And then you could create your own top list window based on that. But let's see if I can find something. Okay, look at healthcare as an example, XLV, okay? So 86% in red. That means that 86% of the stocks that we are tracking in the healthcare sector, 86% are down. But there are a few that are up. Only 14% are up. So here, GILD up for some reason. It's running counter to the overall sector. Johnson and Johnson. I mean, barely up, but I mean that's how you can kind of use this, and then you can go all the way down, and you can look at BDX. So this is the worst one in the sector, right at the right at the very bottom here. BDX, the worst one. Maybe it has earnings. Maybe there's some bad news specifically for it. But that's what you can kind of do. I like to find the kind of the outliers. So here's financials. Okay, so financials. 84% of the stocks in this that we have anyway that make up XLF are down for the day. But there are some that are up. Now, barely. I mean, AJG, barely up. But it might be more interesting to go all the way down. And here's COF. I think it's an earnings play, isn't it? Maybe not. But, this is the worst performing financial, down 4.5%. So it's a way, this could be, look at energy. Every single energy stock is up. Here's VLO up 3.3%. But look at this. There's maybe one or two that are down for some reason. There's KMI. I mean, they're not down much, but they're definitely not tracking the sector. Again, not down much. KMI is only down 0.1%, but maybe click on it and see. I wonder why it's lagging. And why is it lagging a little bit compared to the overall sector? So you can kind of see this is something that some of you may may only do this all day. Just have this channel up all day and just kind of track the strong and weak stocks in a sector. Okay, so I like to do that. I think it's very interesting. What is the next resistance? So all I do, I'm just going to look at a chart, my daily chart. If I don't see it on the daily, I look at the weekly. So, well, right now at the current price, I mean, what did it get up to? It got up to 280, and you can see right there was a weekly high right around there, 284. So at the current price, well, you could say today's high, but also, I mean, 259 looking left on the weekly. If you're at the current price at 234, there's a high right there at 258. It did take that out briefly, but that's what I'd be looking at for AUST. Well, it's just that silver has been such an incredible move. I mean, I know gold's at basically an all-time high too. I get it, but the silver plays have been just unbelievable. I mean, silver's at an all-time high also, but the percentage moves in silver have been incredible. So you get that from me, William, when I was looking at the sectors, just out of curiosity, or did it show up somewhere else for you? Because this was I guess, the worst performing sector, or the worst performing in the healthcare sector. Oh, okay. Well, no, I want to see if it was there. I think it was there, but I may be wrong. Thought I remembered it. Yeah. This is the worst performing one. Now, I'm not saying that we have every single. I mean, I don't know how we're populating the XLV or any one of these, but this is what we have. These are the stocks that we have in the XLV sector, and yeah, I mentioned that BDX is the worst one. All right, guys, Chris, CHRS. Let's see if there's any room to move. Well, I know it has room to move. On the monthly chart, it has room to move. Well, it's a big float, 100 well, big. I mean, it's not certainly not a low float. The CHRS, 116 million in the float. A great move. I mean, 28%. That's a great move with that sort of a float, in my opinion. But let's see if we can hold two. I see ATLN was halted on the way up, and it just opened. I guess, yeah, just opened ATLN. All right, looks like Intel is perhaps it's starting in its recovery mode right here. You can see how it's flattening out right here, flattening out on the wave. So this might be signifying that it's well, it's obviously flattening out a bit, but will it start to curl up? Now, if it did, the next the 46.47, so it has a little bit of room, has some room to the VWAP. But there's no I mean, it's not starting to curl up yet. If you see a little bit of a blue, I wonder on the 1 minute chart, will we see a little bit of transition from orange to blue? The answer is yes. So a little bit of a transition, okay, from orange to blue, but it's still flat. But it's starting to move. It's starting to move. And you can now see the little sliver of blue on the 2 minute chart now too. Well done, William. Well, let's see the move here now. The move, there is the VWAP 1881. I'm going to put a price alert around 19. I want to see if it gets back at least to 19. Maybe, it'll have that move. 30 million shares have traded, 680,000 in the float. Did Java come back? Hmm. I don't think I've ever seen this one. A streaming platform for storytellers and content creators. Storytellers. Okay. There's a market for everything, I guess. Okay, now THH just came out of its long halt. Yeah, it was a 10-minute halt, guys. THH just came and it just got halted again. In fact, it came out of the halt and then no, I'm sorry. It resumed at 10:20, so it got halted 10 minutes later. So halted again, THH. I remember this one. Try hard. Yeah, I remember this one now. Up to $40, $50, $55. Reddit? So the first thing I see with Reddit is not trading abnormally. Okay. I mean, 0.66. So it's not trading anything abnormally. Number one. That's the first thing I see. Daily chart. I mean, it got to yesterday's high and look where it stalled. Okay. Look where it stalled. It stalled right at yesterday's high so far. So, I mean, if it's going to, if that was at 215. So, if you're wanting to go long, you probably want to put a price alert at the high of today, and which is the high of yesterday. And then if it can do that, 224 is the next high. Well, relative volume is only 0.66. One would be normal. Okay. One would be normal. That's our relative volume filter, probably one of our most powerful filters. And it's time of day sensitive. So what it's doing is it's looking at what the average has been up to this time of day, which is say 10:30 Eastern time. So it's not trading anything abnormally at all. Which is important if you're going to, if most of the things that we do, if you're a day trader, intraday trader, you want to see something that's trading abnormally, because how are you going to get in and out? You want to have a lot of enthusiasm and excitement about the stock, and that's usually the relative volume filter is what does it. Well, it indicates that. I mean, look at move. I mean, move is going to be crazy, I'm sure. 443 times normal. Okay. So one is normal. One is normal. That's baseline. Okay. It's a ratio. So one is normal. Chris, from our AI, 32 times normal. Okay. All right. We've got something going here, guys. Yeah. Got a little move now for the CHRS. Okay. You see, unusual. Never get out of a trade, as long as, especially even if you're up by a few pennies, don't get out of a trade. Well, that's my opinion. Okay. I never get out of a trade if I'm still, even if I've been holding it for several hours, but I'm up a little bit, I won't get out, because now one of the worst things is you can hold something for several hours, you're up, and yeah, I'm going to get out of it. I don't like it, and then 2 minutes later, it gives you your pop. There's really no reason. Yeah, and it's still in the wave. Now, I will say this, Sky. I will say this. It's getting a little parabolic. The way I look at things, it's getting a little parabolic. Yes, it's in the wave and all, but the bottom of that candle, the bottom of the bar candle, is losing, is not touching the top of the wave. So that's getting a little bit parabolic. So you know what I do and have done. Okay. Now I can keep in the trade. Because the way I look at it is that, when it starts getting a little parabolic, people who are in this one, maybe earlier, they're going to maybe start taking some profit. That's the way I look at it. Doesn't necessarily mean that's the case, but it's more ideal to keeping in the trade, in my opinion, is at the bottom of the bar, Still it maintains contact with the top of the wave. So, Mr. Sky, what's up? Haha. Well, that's why I use the wave, Nero. That's exactly why I use the wave. Okay, it's just a visual way of helping me to keep in a trade because I'm like just like most people. It's always difficult to know. Well, when number one, when should I start taking some profit, and how long can I keep in a trade? Well, it's just this one. I mean, I don't even know. This is the default. I mean, I'm just looking at that blue wave right there. Okay. There might be something inside that. I don't even know. There might be something inside that, but it's all I look at. Whatever the default is. No, I understand. I understand. And more than likely, I don't even know if I have. Yeah, see, I do. Cloud one. I think is that all I have checked? No, I've got cloud two checked also, but I don't even know. Yeah, Pepe, you could tell me, but I haven't made any adjustments to this at all. I just look at the color and that's it. I make it so simple for me anyway. You can you can adjust that. You can adjust it also. You can here's the fast EMA and 9. I think this is the main one, right, Pepe? The 5 and the 12. Cloud 2 is what you want, yes. So if I uncheck cloud 1, what happens? Does anything really of significance happen? I uncheck it. I don't even know if anything of significance happens. Yeah. I yeah, I think because I think I could see something, within this cloud, and that might have been cloud 1. So it's cloud 2. As Pepe says, cloud 2 is what you want. Cloud 2 is what you get. Yeah, it is the inner cloud. Yeah. So like it's very hard to see also with this blue. So I don't complicate things. I just look at this blue and that's it. And 3 is an additional one, but I mean, obviously it's up to you, Narrow. If you understand, if you have an idea, and you can make changes to this too. This is a five fast EMA and a 12 slow EMA. I mean, these are adjustable, but that means you have to have an idea about what's going on. So Pepe says cloud 2 is all you need. That's all I'm going to do. Now, if you want more information about this, and anybody out there who's saying, well, how do I get that on my screen? Okay, how do I get the wave on my screen? Just let me know. It's part of the standard service. And here's, if you click on new and then click on dock channel bar, and then click on Ripster Rippers, okay? When you click on that, a video is going to pop up somewhere. It pops up on my other monitor, okay? And it launches automatically. And this is going to give you an idea about what the cloud is all about. Okay, so you can take a look at that. Okay, if you don't see it and you only have one monitor, it's possible it's behind the channel. Okay, if you don't see the pop up, but you can watch that and you get an idea about what it's all about. And don't ask me about, well, you can ask me about these, but I don't use any of these. These are sort of scans based on a Ripster 34 EMA pullback, a Ripster 512 curl down. I've never used any of these. Okay. And now you can see that he's got, I guess, the 3 clouds in here. But that's the main one. That's the blue one, I guess. But I don't want to overcomplicate things. I mean, that's up to you guys. So don't ask me about these. Don't ask me about, well, what number should I be using. I just use the default. I'd never heard of it up until maybe, I don't know, 4 or 5 months ago, maybe longer. But again, if you're listening to all this and you're wondering how to get it on, just let me know. I'll show you how to get it on your screen. I mean, because I would say that one of the most common questions is, how do I know when to take profit, or how do I know when to stick in a trade? And you can use this as a guide. The other thing I do, you see how it's maybe starting to flatten out a little bit. So I'm on a 2 minute chart here. So I go to a 1 minute just to see if it's starting to turn orange. It's not, but it is starting to curl down a little bit. Okay. So that could be a sign if you didn't take anything off before, maybe you want to take some off, but don't get out of your entire position, because this could just be a momentary pullback, and then we could have a continuation. Now, I will say, now this is it's a big float, 116 million in the float. I find that I find that sort of the more volatile stocks, it's a little harder, because what happens on the volatile stocks is that, yeah, you might get a nice blue wave up, but you'll get a lot of piercings of the bars, like, and they can go underneath the wave, and then like way on top, and then underneath, and not. So it's a little harder to keep in the trade, in my opinion. Now you can see this is not bad, on the way up, but there's the first piercing right there. That is, I had if I had been in this one down here, there's no question I would have taken some off. But look what happened right afterwards. Now, though, you see the transition to orange. So that would be, if you hadn't taken anything off at all, for sure would have been taking some off here. And then as it continues, I'd be out of the trade, especially when it broke the VWAP. It's not like you can't see this without the wave. It just gives you, it's just a nice visual confirmation. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Even though I agree completely on that, it didn't have a ton of room to move. That was the issue with CHRS right from the beginning. It just didn't have a ton of room to move. I mean, the high in the monthly several years ago was about 230. Obviously, if it got up there, 234. If it got up there, that would have been awesome. But there could have been days within that month, or weeks within that month. I would have had to scroll back, and I just didn't do it. I didn't want to. So on to the next one, which is, who knows? Let's see, NEOV. So you can see, I mean, remember we were looking at Intel right here on the 2 minute. Now it was starting to curl. And I was wondering, would it take out the VWAP? What would happen at the VWAP? You don't know, but right now it looks pretty good. I mean, it's through the VWAP now. So if you had taken this, if you had taken it right there, And then you just keep following, following, following. The VWAP, if I'd been in this, I would have for sure taken some off at the VWAP. Okay, the purple line, in case that really stalled it, but not everything. I would have not have been out of the entire position. And then, you wait to see what happens at the VWAP. And so far, it's starting to moving a little bit above. But remember, this is such a weak stock. It's an earnings play. It's a very, for all the reasons it's down still 14%, they're still there. Hmm. Wow, HYMC. Last time I looked, it was at 49. Now it's 51. Okay, silver, AG, over the whole number. This could be interesting. Now, if I wanted to take this, what's the first thing I do? Take a look at silver, SLV. I would have that thumbnailed on another chart to make sure that, you can see the silver's been a little bit choppy on the 2-minute chart, even on the 5, but it's starting to move again higher. So if you want it, it gives you a little more confidence if you're going to take a silver stock within that. It's not that silver, AG, First Majestic has any news specific to it. It's just riding the silver wave. Look at that, guys. Look at that. So again, if you're going to take something like this, any silver play, make sure you have SLV thumbnailed somewhere so you can track, especially if a stock like this, which has no specific news to it, is just basically following the sector. Lifetime high. How many silver plays are lifetime highs? Probably a lot of them. You're in my mind about RDW. I wouldn't say this was the easiest trade in the world. Okay, guys, now there's the move. Move is moving over 19 now through the VWAP. I still think it has the possibility to be a late dayer with that float. You see how the volume is kind of dwindled, but if you get enthusiasm back, it's over 20, could have another move. Well, it's very volatile, obviously. It's not on my website. I can give it to you. It's not on my website, though, Monica. I can give it to you. I think this is the one that doesn't have a sound alert in it. Can be very active, though. Not as active today, noticed. I have a don't repeat version of it, so these are the only ones from it today, which is nice. Yeah, it's not, but I'd rather, now I made some changes. That's right. I did make some changes. I put a relative volume in here because I was just getting way too many alerts. Put a relative volume of at least 6. I think I kept everything else the same. I added that. So I'm not getting as many alerts. So if you load that, it's up to you if you want to put a relative volume in. I was just getting way too many alerts. All right. Could this be interesting? Yes, it could be. Yeah, 2620. So we've got room. DBVT has some room, definitely on a daily chart. Um, over a little over $1 to the next high on the daily chart, hanging over the whole number, which is always for me always nice. Kind of right, sort of consolidating a little bit here, and the spread is not fabulous, 0414, but of course it's gone on a great move over the last few days. Had a great move. When did that start? That was back in December. Yeah, there's a disconnect in the market, isn't there? The SPY is up, the Qs are up, but the Dow is, not down a huge amount, but it's still down. So there's a bit of a disconnect in the market between the so-called value stocks versus growth stocks. Yeah, I mean, look at the SPY. Yeah, not as wild, but I mean, the spread is, not great, and it's just too bad. I wish the spread were tighter on the DBVT. Now, Kava wasn't that was from our AI yesterday. Kava, CAVA was from our AI yesterday. So that it's not at yesterday's high yet. Okay, guys, a little move down now for Intel, INTC, a little move down from Intel. So it got to the VWAP area, poked its head a little bit above the VWAP, but look what happened. It was hanging around the VWAP, and now it's piercing it again. So this could turn into a little short, especially if it takes up 46. I see CHRS is right back up. I'm not in it anymore. Depends on the spread, unusual. Obviously it depends on the spread. I'll, I'll I always try. I mean, if the spread is not great, for instance, if I had the resolve, I wanted, where's DBVT, okay? So, I really, really, if I thought, okay, it's really holding at 25, I can use IB as midpoint or mid somewhere. I'm not going to take it at 25.18, but if I use the mid, it's going to tell me where I could get a fill. That's all. Well, I mean, no, not necessarily. Well, I mean, like if it's because it's tanking, sure. I mean, obviously, I'll get in at the market if it's completely and utterly tanking. But I haven't been in a situation quite like that for quite a while. Oh, sorry, Monica. Just give me a moment. Well, that was a race I created out of it. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, that's a race that I created. Okay, here it is. If you don't want the race isn't bad though. But I'm sorry. Yeah. So here it is. This is the alert. This is the scan. Okay. When you say it doesn't show the buy and sell, what do you mean by that? Here's the last trade. This is the bid, say for the BBVT. That was the last trade. See, it's not trading very much. See, when I see gaps like that, it means they were, it's just not trading enough for me. I mean, even though I mean the relative volume's 4 and all that, but it's I see these gaps, and we're only talking seconds. I get it, but nice to get into something that is really trading, really really trading. So I don't know what you mean. Doesn't show the last. Oh, I see. Well, okay, you're right. It doesn't tell you if it's a buy or sell. But it's in between here. You're right. It doesn't absolutely tell. But shoot, I was looking at that NEOV and I didn't. It ran on me now. What do I think of move now? Well, I put a price alert on 20. I know it didn't trigger. Yeah, I mean I mean if it takes out 20, I mean that might get some enthusiasm back, but it's very, very volatile. 680,000 in the float. I mean, it's very volatile. One thing I can say about it is that the spread is pretty good for a stock like this. Well, it was anyway. You know, but I'm more interested to see if it has a late day thrust. All right, MAXN. So we're on a weekly chart. Well, you see what it did. It got the high today, or this is right there. The high today is 440, and the high in that week is 447. So that could stall it. Could stall it. So that makes it something I don't want to trade. All right, maybe this one could be interesting. Again, look left, CNTA, just look left and got all these areas it could stall. If I looked left and the next high was, up here at $28, it'd be a lot more interesting to me. But when I look left on the daily chart, I just see all the areas it could stall. Doesn't mean it's going to stall here, but that just prevents me from taking the trade. But it may not listen to me. I mean, this may just pop right through that 445. If it does, next time it's 458, then the fantasy area up at 5. Is there any news on Maxan? I don't think there's any specific news. Okay, well, I guess this is news. Purchase consideration of $51 million includes a $10 million tax liability for uncertain tax position. Okay. Well, again, it's not listening to me. It looks like it's going to power right through that. So now look at DBVT. Okay, I mean it's the spread is still not great, but it's it's moving. I did not take it. The spread is a lot better than it was. Now it's only 7 cents right now, but I did not take it. Now look at silver. Okay, AG 20. Last time I looked, it was around 25.25. So let's take a look at silver and see if it's completely mirroring. Sort of, choppy. You probably meant BNAI, right, Ahmed? Not Bani. Probably meant BNAI. No, now I'm getting uglier and uglier. Not, it was never shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, which is probably a good thing over the last 2 days. But boy, starting to really, really give it up now. This would have been a wonderful short if you had shorts. See how it came up? So you could have waited. I mean, if you got it here, great. But if you'd waited and then you watch this little move into the wave, little pull up into the wave, and then down. But I had no shorts available. Oh, it was Ari. That I don't know why I put ally. So Ari was the trade of the week. Yeah. So I mean, what was the trigger? 10.20. So I mean, you had an opportunity to make about $20 on the move if you'd taken it right around 10.20. I know it did not trigger on Tuesday, but I guess it must have triggered on Wednesday, and then it had the nice move yesterday. That is the trade of the week, Ari, ARRY. Yeah, it would have triggered Wednesday. Yeah, because what is 10.20, right? Was that the trigger? 10.20? 10.10. Okay, so it did, yeah. Well, even 10.20 it triggered yesterday, but 10.10 definitely triggered, and it's closed right at the trigger, basically a little over the trigger price. So then yesterday had a nice move. That's how he uses it. Yes, unusual. I'm using it more for continuation, but William uses it more for reversals. All right, SUUN, power bank. Uh, I mean, a little bit of room, but not, I'm on a percentage basis. If you took it at 2 and it went to 226, that'd be awesome. But, that's, I just don't look at things like that. Another silver play. Okay, so will I take this one? This is interesting because it's just over the whole number. Another, lifetime high. How many silver plays are lifetime highs? And this is cheap. I mean, cheap stock, $14, and it's a lifetime high. It's a big float, 300 million in the float. Where are you out of? My current home, not my hometown, but Vancouver, out of Vancouver. I got chastised for saying that last week, I think. So again, though, take a look at silver. What is it doing? Yeah, so I mean, okay. So you can see silver's a little bit of a rise. It's one of the reasons why I don't really like trading stocks that are so tied to their to the sector. I mean, silver's been awesome, but because they're so tied to the sector, unless they have specific news. That's why I typically don't trade energy stocks or even the precious metals, just because. But silver has been definitely been an outlier, just because they're unless the stock has some specific news, they're so tied to the sector. All right, guys. I'm pretty sure Andy will be taking over for me in our YouTube room in about 50 minutes from now. 50 minutes from now. Andy from Trade Ideas is going to do a little confirmation. And the answer is yes. Okay. And so Andy will be taking over for me. Okay, another one just over the whole number. Aspire, SPIR, not a gold play or a silver play. So, and no, so there's one of these LEO, LEO plays, low Earth orbital, or orbiting LEO plays. Over the high of yesterday. Weekly high is where? You know what? And it's got a little bit of room on the weekly chart, 1369. Okay, 1369 on the weekly chart. That's probably the same high here. No, monthly chart, 1447. So it's got me interested. Bit of a continuation play from yesterday. So when I use the mid, it's not midpoint, okay? So if I wanted to get a fill right now, they would try to fill me at 1310. Okay, somewhere in between here. It's not exactly halfway. Used to think it was exactly halfway, but no. Doesn't mean I'm going to get a fill. But instead of going in fact, now most brokers must have that, right? They must have a way to say, okay, you don't want to go in at market and sort of a pseudo limit order, some like getting somewhere in between the bid and the ask. I can't. Most brokers must have that. I don't. I think because William looks at fundamentals a lot. There's no news on NAM. I may answer for him. I'm not saying he wouldn't take this, but he looks at fundamentals, and of course, there are zero fundamentals on this one. But maybe he'll surprise me and say, "Yeah, I would take a reversal on it." There you go. I knew I could read William's mind. Stocks without fundamentals. Then, as he said, it takes news or FOMO to move I'll be more delicate, a bad stock like NAM. Well, here's another mining Orla. It's a capital pool company which engages in the business of acquisition, exploration, development, and operation of mineral properties. Gold projects, any silver? No, it doesn't look like they have any. Well, they may have some, but they're not indicating it here. The one out of Vancouver. A lot of mining companies in Vancouver. All right, let's see what Orla has. Has any it's over the VWAP. Okay, over the VWAP. Now, being a gold play, more of a gold play. and GLD on the move. This is actually looking better than silver, okay, because it's not quite as choppy. The gold. So a lot of the gold plays, I mean, they could look like this. So look at silver is way more choppy today. Gold is well, especially since about 10:30. It's had a other than that little dip here, it's had a pretty steady move up. I mean, yeah, look at gold. I mean, I'm not saying this is going to mirror completely, but gold GLD is definitely moving more in a trend than silver right now. SLV today. Now, not that this is part of the gold. I'm not saying this is part of the gold GLD, one of the stocks in there, but I mean, it should be. Hopefully, it'll be influenced by that. Yeah. See, William is the rare breed of day trading, intraday trading that does look at fundamentals. Okay, well, as I'm waiting on the Orla to see if it has a move for me, I will. Let's take a look at some of the other ones. Boy, this court, this was been a wild one, very wild. I mean, look at that big drop. The high yesterday and a big move yesterday. 43.78 was the high, so it's about $1 away from that high. All right, guys, 40 minutes. Then I'm out of here for an hour. Hmm. Boy, look at them MAXN now. All right, guys. Well, 11:23. I'm not seeing too much. I'm just kind of biding my time right now, so I'm not getting any new alerts. All right. Well, while I'm waiting, how about this one? This one you said you had shorts available, Williams, a long time ago. QCLS. Remember you mentioned one stock that you had shorts available, but you wouldn't do it, or had 50,000 at Fidelity. There are a million at Interactive Brokers. All right. Well, a big pop for ADAG, big pop, and it came back down 280 and then back down to 250 and now 244. I mean, these are really tough. I mean, all right, guys. Well, I took myself out of the Orla. It just didn't have the small loss on that. It just didn't have the move. It wasn't moving with gold. I mean, gold is still climbing. Oops. There's the NEOV, guys. NEOV looks like it wants to crack 7. And if it did, this is not a lifetime high, but it's close. NEOV, oh, there's room too. I don't see any. I'd have to go back a few months probably. The next high in a monthly chart, it's there. The next high in a monthly chart is 745. That's back in January 2022. So 4 years ago. 4 years ago, it's approaching a 4 year ago high on the monthly chart for NEOV, residential energy storage systems. Okay. Silver still hanging around 25. Again, here the silver plays. Look at all the metal. Well, all the metal plays really. AG, EXK, or EXK, Orla, that I Hecla, Paz. I think this is another Timony zeolite and silver and gold. Okay, so and then this one, obviously gold. So look at all the plays. All these ones are all metal plays. Well, not the uranium here, but oh boy, oh wait a minute. Weekly chart, the high is 1027, so it's above that. So on a weekly chart anyway, the UAMY, 1386, ton of room, over $3, and say 40 cents to that weekly high. I'm not saying it's getting there. However, yesterday's high, 1059. So it's got to take that out. I'll put a price of around 1060 and see if it takes it out. So QCLS appoints AI systems leader Chelsea Voss to the board of directors. Okay, computer scientist and a member of the technical staff at OpenAI. All right, so I guess she's got some credentials. That is the news for QCLS today that I can see. Yeah, there are 60,000 shares available at Interactive Brokers to short for the NEO for the ENEOV. Almost a lifetime high. Very cheap to be that, but well, MAXN got ugly. I got what did it get up to? Up to a 450 and dropping a dollar down to 350. Thought maybe, around here, the VWAP might hold it, but not even close. So let's take a look at something that's not related to gold or silver or precious metals, which is Voyageur. All right, guys. Well, let's see. UAMI, sorry, just took out yesterday's high, a little bit above it. So let's see if it's got some legs to run after taking out yesterday's high. We know that it's got legs for on the weekly chart. This is what week was this? This was back in October of last year, of course, last year. I'm in scalp mode today, guys. Definitely, though. I'm not trusting any of these. Not trusting anything to have consistent trend moves. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Okay, guys. Wow. Okay. Well, UAMY is giving me more. It's broken three. It's still a little bit dicey because it's not touching the top of the wave, that bar. But it was a nice move once it took out yesterday's high. I remember where I found UAMY. I think it might have been here. It might have been here though. I think it was in this list here. UA. I'm sure it was in this list. Didn't win a race, but actually it did. It won the last race, but haven't gone over the races. Anybody interested in not just this race specifically, but the concept of racing? Just let me. Oh, look at NEOV. Yeah. So yeah, William, you that was on your scan at 666. Ominous. And it's not again not a lifetime high yet, but it's getting close. Pretty low float, 30 million in the float. Trading 13 times normal up to this time of day. I might be completely wrong. Maybe the if the UAMY takes out that whole number at 11, put a price alert. Maybe I can induce it upwards a little bit. But you know me, I take some off underneath that 11, underneath that whole number. In this case, it cannot break through the whole number, so I'm out some, but I'm not out. I'm not out of it all. I'm going to have to see if it. Like to see the wave just catch up a little bit. See how parabolic it is on the 5 and on the 2. There it is, right there. How do you pop that window to enter the ticker? What are you? Which one are you talking about? I'm not sure what you mean. Something you saw that I did? Yeah, I don't understand. How do you pop that window to enter the ticker? Oh, I see. Okay, now I understand. So get into the chart you want. Left click on it, just so the system knows you're in the chart. Okay, and then you can start typing. Now, most of the time, if you start to type, well, the box pops up. Okay, most of the time, as Via Perry says, some systems though you can hit this. You hit the space bar. Mine it doesn't. Well, it's not. Oh, you know what? It's a little bit different depending on if you let me do this. I want to get over here. Yeah, you see, it depends if you're using the browser interface or not the browser interface on the charts. So this does not have the browser interface enacted. So I left click on the chart and then I just start to type. And you see the box pops up. Okay. If in fact that didn't happen for you, then you can hit the space bar and the box will pop up. Okay. Some system, but obviously up here, in the browser, like I have the browser interface checked. So when I the box doesn't pop up the same way. I guess it comes up over here. It's right up here. But so if you're talking about the box popping up, it's because, and you saw that, it's because you don't have the browser interface checked on your chart. Okay, makes sense. Another thing to sort of complicate things, it's not consistent. I mean, it makes a little bit of sense to have it here, but I didn't even know that. I'll be honest, I didn't even know it was showing up there because I've been so used to the box popping up. Maybe it's because I do most of my work in a daily or weekly or monthly when I'm doing that. So of course the box just pops up. And is there a fix, Ozzy, or a fix? Is there a way to disable the cell? So you just have to hit buy. You don't have to go to or send. Is there a way? Talking to Ozzy in our YouTube room. You know what? I can even go on because I can see all the emails that come in. So maybe I'll just. No way to eliminate. No way to eliminate. Yeah, I'm just reading what he said to you. Well, yeah, if you're using a limit order. Yeah, okay. Which I think most people probably do. Probably use a limit order. So there's your answer. So you can disable it on a market order. Wow, come on. Okay, I'm not stunned, but I'm impressed now with this move for the UAMY. Okay, so the box is up here now. Okay. This one has been a really active one, but look what's happened in the last few days on the velo. They're very, very active. Had a great run all the way up here, but now we've got maybe the third day in a row. The next low looking left for velo is 1493, so maybe room to 15. Had a little pop up into the cloud, got rejected, and now moving down again. And that's for the velo, VELO. Now, would I have seen that one here? Yeah, I would have seen it here also, the biggest gainers from the start of the race. I'm intrigued by this one. This is similar to this. I don't have a market. Right, go. Nice. I don't have I don't have market cap in here. All I've done is I've just said, the stock has to be up at least 5% from closed up 5% minimum from yesterday. I think that's all I've done. Of 6%. So I had to be up at least, had to close at least 6% up from yesterday. Why six? Because when I when I used five, I had a ton. When I used 10, I had hardly any. So I went to six and I had a few. This is what I found yesterday. So, and I want it to be up from yesterday's close also. So these are, so what we're doing here, kind of looking for, and the current volume at least one. So at least trading at least normally, but would have seen it here too. So I did take some off just underneath 11 on this one, the UAMY. Is there any news on this one? Any specific news? I mean, this was on the 20th, so it's today's the 23rd. Acquiring critical minerals flotation facility for $4.75 million. That was on the 20th. And what happened on the 20th? Yeah, a little bit of a move there on the 20th. So I don't know. Maybe it's just continuation off that news. Okay, guys, sorry about that. Okay, so there is your move down. Okay, so I'm going to be on a break in about 5 or 6 minutes. So, and take a look at the monthly, the 1 minute, and I'm almost surprised. I would have thought that would have turned orange. That's it for me. Okay, on the UAMY. I mean, I hoping it might have even a bigger thrust, but that's okay. Give me more than I thought. Okay, guys, it's 11:52. So what I'm going to do now is just put the YouTube link in. Andy's not there yet, but I'll just put the YouTube link in so you guys can head over and listen to Andy when he takes over for me at around noon Eastern time. And before I do leave, just for an hour. I'm not going for not gone for the whole day, just for an hour. Yeah. So my homepage, I think, has been updated now. Yeah, too. There's the 15%. Okay, you can get 15% off first month only or the entire year. Remember, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Doesn't matter whether you take a standard subscription or a premium. I actually should get him to change that because that's sort of misleading. When I say he, I don't look after this. Somebody at Trade Ideas looks after this for my homepage. Well, guys, I'm not sure what to. I don't know what I'm going to do as far as a video is. It's simple if you know how to do it. Yeah. So follow what I do. Okay. Swift hacks. All you have to do is right click on a chart. Okay. Any chart, right click on it. And if you hopefully you have well, you will have an option that says use browser interface. Okay. So if it's already checked, don't uncheck it because it's a toggle on and off. But as you can see and here, hopefully you can see what I'm doing. It's not checked. So I'm going to check it. Okay. Now, this appears because I've done it before, but hopefully what happens now is that at the top of your chart, you see these icons, and just to the left of the anchor, there is the indicator icon. So if you left click on it, this little box pops up and you see where it says trade wave, and you click on it. When I click on it, my trade wave is going to disappear because again, it's a toggle on and off. So I'll click on it, it's going to disappear and go back up to it, click on it, and the wave will appear again. Okay, so that's how you do it. Let me know if that worked for you. It is simple if you know how to do it, yes, but not. I've asked the company, I just don't know why they won't do it. Is put like instead of having to go into the indicators, because I think TradeWave is such an awesome little tool, have it just as something that's clickable. You're in the support questions area, Monica. You know that. Maybe you don't know that when you're posting the QCLS. It's okay, but okay. Did that work for you, Swift Hacks? If you can't see the indicators, okay, if some reason you can't see them, it might be because your chart is too small. Okay. That's the only reason you won't see it. Now, the only other thing is if you don't see the indicators, like that little indicator icon here, maybe you see FX. Depends on the version of Trade Ideas you're on. Okay. If you see FX, and for those of you listening, then that's what you click on and you'll get the trade wave will pop up. Okay. But again, if you cannot see the indicators, it's because your chart is too small. You just have to stretch out your chart. Okay, let me get my announcement up. Just waiting for Andy to show up. Okay, so again, it's not hard. I'll do it again. You just like left click on your chart. Left just so your system knows you're in the chart. So left click on the chart. So you actually don't even have to do that. Just right click on the chart and use browser interface. That's the first thing you have to do. If it's already checked, don't uncheck it. Okay, it's pretty simple. I mean, you just if it's not checked, just check it. Use browser interface, make sure it's checked or check it if it's not. And then you should get these icons and then just click on the icon, the indicator icon that's just to the left of the little anchor, and a little box pops up. One of the options is TradeWave. That's it. So it's just a couple of steps. If it's not working, like tell me why. If because it's not that. It should be if you're listening to what I'm doing, it should be fairly simple. I mean, literally, it's just 2 steps. Right click on the chart, click on use browser interface, and then click on the indicator, and then the box pops up and click trade wave, and that's it. Well, let me know if and it says you're working on it, but it's not just a couple of steps. So I just have to take. Well, I don't have to take a break. I'll hang around, but I do have to let Andy take over our YouTube room.
Can you hear me, Barry?
Now I can hear you.
Okay.
Were you? I didn't hear the pop. Okay, just give me a moment, okay? Just give me a
Okay.
moment, Andy.
All right.
Okay, guys, Andy is in our YouTube room right now. I didn't hear the little pop, but so I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room, okay? And I'll see you guys in about 1 hour from now, from 1 o'clock Eastern time. And now I can introduce Mr. Andy Lindelof to our YouTube room. How are you this morning?
Doing good. How are you, Barry?
Excellent. Getting all excited about the games on my one game on the Seahawk game on Sunday.
Yeah, they're
It's
looking
going to be
good,
a
man.
toughie. It's
I
going to be
just
a
don't.
tough game.
Boy,
I know.
the 2 games they played this year have been tough. Both of them, right?
Oh, exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. So you know, like most fans, you always think the worst, not the worst of your team, but you never have total confidence in your team. You know, I don't care. You know, unless you're unless, especially in the parity of the league now. You know, any team can beat any other team. Really, it never
Right.
used to be like
Oh
that.
yeah.
I mean, you could always say, okay, there's no way this team beats the really good team. Just now, when you've got two good teams going at it, then it even makes it worse. So I'll be watching, but I'll be you know, with one eye open maybe. That's
Yeah. There you go. Yeah, for sure.
there you
For
go.
sure. But
So anyway, I'll let you go now,
all
and
right. Yeah.
we'll see you in about an hour.
Yeah. Enjoy your break, Barry.
Okay.
Have a
Okay.
good one.
Thanks.
Bye bye. Hello, traders. Welcome to my desktop. This is the support webinar. My name's Andy, and if you have any questions, just drop them in the YouTube chat there, and I'll do my best to answer them. Kind of a crazy, wacky market lately, man. It's you don't know what's going to run on any given day, but I think you gotta just boy. I'm being actually pretty active lately in my account. But anyway, we can talk about that. Just once again, just be sure if you have any questions, want to talk about anything. If you have any questions about stocks, or if you have any questions about charts you want to look at, just let me know, and we'll do our best to answer those. Meanwhile, we'll talk. Some observations that I've noticed today. Well, first of all, IWM has been just kind of a lot of strength in this thing yesterday. But I noticed yesterday that little, I guess we call that a shooting star, right? Closing on lows like that a lot of times can uh, point to a possible top. So I did take a position in TZA. I've scalped out a lot of it. I'll do that sometimes, just in case it's not a top. I grab a nice little chunk and then scalp out and then try to let the rest run. But other than that, and another thing I've been saying in my head, because Bitcoin has just been stuck in the mud, and I said, you know what? I bet there's a good chance that Bitcoin. I don't know if it's gonna work or not, but when silver hits 100, I don't know if it would be like reallocation or something like that. But I thought maybe you know what? I'm gonna keep an eye on Bitcoin if it does hit uh, when silver hits 100, and it has. And I did buy a little bit of ZSL. I know a lot of people are probably getting loaded up on that thing, and these tops are kind of tricky. A lot of people think silver would probably just go to 100 and immediately reverse, and that's the top. But it doesn't typically work that way, even with momentum like that. So I wouldn't be a bit surprised to see it go to like 103 or 105, but or maybe even higher. Who knows? It may go to 200. But so anyway, that being said, I tried some Bitcoin today, Mara. I grabbed some coin. I thought I'm not sure if that was news or what this morning, but uh, just playing contrarian, buying, let it bounce and then and bought some coin, bought some hive, but I've already scalped that out and it had a nice little move. And I'm trying to think oh, BKKT, Steve pointed out this one to me, and I do like the way this one has pulled back. It's probably a good eye for Steve there, catching it right off the 50. We'll see if it works. Did grab a little bit of that, but you got to be careful with that one. It's only 13 million in the float, can get nasty. You're right, Dave. Silver, I mean, and you know what? A lot of people, well, let's take a look at this right here. This will show you. ZSL, which is I bought a tiny bit. Okay. But look at the volume coming in this thing, over the last so many days. If I put it on a weekly, and it's even more. And look at that. So this is, people, I guess some people could be hedging. I don't know why you would do that. It seemed like, but nonetheless, you can see a ton of volume coming in the ZSL. And I know a lot of people think it is going to hit tag 100, and it could. Who knows, where the top is going to be, or if there's going to be one in the near future. There might not be. And that's why if you're going to play a fading strategy like this, you got to be real patient and you got to nibble. You nibble. You just don't go in and say that's the top and load up. But we will see. Yeah, this coin is a little bit frustrating. A lot, most of them had a good bounce, and like I said, it could be. I didn't even check. I don't want to look at news to like affect my brain or anything. So, but look, nice little bounce in MSTR. Riot has been kind of the leader lately. Nice little move up 2.5%. So I'm thinking this coin is being stubborn down here. Keeps putting in the wicks, but I'm gonna try to be patient with it. No, yeah, Dave, you sure wouldn't. You sure shouldn't do that. Now, something like IWM is a little bit different for me. Obviously, it's doesn't have the kind of momentum that silver had behind it. I do like the uh, the possible wick, but once again, it's still a very bullish chart, and you can't just assume that's going to be a top. A lot of times, you look back here, maybe 2 or 3 weeks, it's trading down at 250, and you're gonna look at that little shooting star up there, at the peak. But we'll see. Amazon, doing well, but I got killed on this move right here. That was that. But I made it. I did make it all back, and I'm up a little bit now. But that was an early move. I think I was sitting in it on that move right there. That big cap down. It was ugly. That was the tariff. What? Let's see what else I'm in. QFIN's kind of insignificant. Just a small little nibble. You know what? I did buy back into a little bit right here. Basically, a nice little volume bar there. Not sure. Maybe Steve can check out that block trade. That's a nice volume bar. I did buy back into some when these other ones started going. I just didn't put it on my blotter because what I do is just keep it. It's just not doing anything. I just don't want to. I have enough to look at on my blotter, but I did just buy some right here at 156 actually, just in case these miners keep rallying. But I don't know. They've been difficult. But take a look. I wanted to keep an eye on Nvidia because yeah, let's look at that 10 period moving average. It may want to pop here. That's why I have an alert. I don't know if it had some news or something this morning. I noticed it rallied, in the pre-market, and I did try some, but got out pretty quick. But I want to keep an eye on it. If it does break through this high here of 188.35, there's a good chance it might go back to highs there. I'm gonna put an alert in that ABTC just in case it does get going. Oh, I have one. Oh, I forgot to talk about rocket. Now, see, I tell you, it's so nasty out there, man. I mean, it's open today. It's just sometimes I feel like, yeah, why do I hold things? Like every day to get these, it's my stock get these drive down. Why don't I just sell them and just wait for the uh, put in bids on the open for the drive down? But this was one that was on the eye, and I think if it does take out yesterday's high, it can really possibly get going there. Well, you got Linden Club uh, doing well. It's pulling back a little bit today, but still on yearly highs there. You got Sally Mae with the earnings out, but yeah, kind of an ugly intraday, that's for sure. This Mara has a huge, pretty good short float, so this could get going. I always remember how to what. Oh, do I have it? Let me see if I have an order. Here we go. I mean, it's obviously stuck in no man's land. I'm just playing uh, the strength in them today. And Riot is back at highs. I don't know why I just don't buy the what gets it gets away from me. What happens is, but now you get a bar reversal. This was on all actually on the my swing trade watch list. That's actually a nice looking chart there, but hopefully it'll get Mara going here. Got a pretty good chunk of it. Okay, coin may try to take out those wicks again. Man, wasn't well, that was nice, wasn't it? Perfect circle. I really enjoyed that. Yes, go Seahawks. I'll be cheering for them. I'm not a big Rams fan at all, and I'm kind of indifferent with the Seahawks. I don't hate them and I don't love them, but I guess I guess I'll definitely be cheering for the Seahawks. Oh yeah, no doubt. I mean, gosh, you go from what were they 2 years before, like 1-11 or something? It was crazy. It was yeah, that by far is the greatest turnaround. All right, Mara may get going here. But like I said, I've been doing a lot of scalping, at least half of my positions in this market, just because, man, the wackiness and the all right, coin looking better. All right, shorts, get to scrambling. 3, 9, 11 and 2. Yeah, 11 and 2. Isn't that crazy? Unbelievable. Man, I sure wish that thing would go through. I hate when they're just in no. You really got to just scalp when they're like this and they can't go through. QBTS just came through. Hmm, what was that all about? I'm not sure what that was all about. We'll keep an eye on it. Well, you got it, Rigetti, only down 1.58. You got I this so this one is down a lot more than its other. I'll put alert back in there and see if it goes off. Man, coin just keeps wicking on me. Wrong one. Sorry, guys, just doing a little. Boy, that you talk about a long base. And Bitcoin trying to go to highs as well. Riot keeps going higher and higher. Oh no, I'm in a lot of the Bitcoin miners actually. Perfect Circle. I'm in Mara. I was in Hive. I scalped that one. Probably should have held it, but I'm in Coin. I'm in BKKT. Steve's calling out that one. Looks like a good entry there. Uh, and let's see. Guess that's it. But a pretty big chunk of this Mara. But I'm probably going to sell half at this 5-day here. I'm going to put a stop in on half of that. And NVIDIA could not break through that level. Microsoft's having a bounce today, huh? Wow, boy, did it. Wonder when Apple's going to get one. Guess you got to put your alert in there because it may come fast and furious. It's a huge turnaround. Then I mean, it's just crazy. It's I can't tell you how many times I come in before the bell and I'll be up, nicely, and then 5 minutes after the bell, everything's just I'm negative. It's like in big negative. I get so sick and tired of it, man. Okay, BKKT. want to add to that, but let me take off my stuff. Yeah, it's running right to some headways here, but maybe you can just get through. Coin. There you go, coin. That's what you want to see. And you want to see it stay out of that range. Don't let that price alert go off. Bitcoin. And it goes Mara through that. How is our ABCT doing? It's still stuck in the mud. I guess that one's just being real stubborn. Love to see some volume come in these things. I usually tell myself, when you're looking at a chart like this, you have to scalp until it breaks out, like above the 50 and above this range. You got to stay in scalping mode. That doesn't mean sell it all, but sell portion and then hang on to a chunk. And that's when you've made some money, you bang some profits out, and hang on to like a core position. And then when it does, if it and when it does break out, you still have a core position. You banged out a lot of profits. Then you can really start adding again. See the resistance line up there, right around 81. Hopefully we can get to that. BKKT. Hi there. There's a QBTS. Hey, 3 Sharp, how you doing, buddy? I understand. Yes, I do understand other projects. All right, I did sell half of that Mara. Like a hair on a biscuit. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, well, at least it moved a penny, and there is a little bit of volume coming in over this last, let's just call it 45 minutes. Qs are getting a little bit droopy. Ah, Nvidia still, look how it's closing above that zoom in here. See how it's kind of closing right at that 10 period moving average above it or at it, right there, right there. So it still has potential. I tell you, I kind of bet you I regret selling that hive. Yeah, I do. RKLB is doing really good, 3 Sharp. I did not I did here's what I need to do. I need to come up with a system where I'm not, like, staring at all my positions and watching them get destroy me in the opening bell. I mean, like this RKT, just gets, slammed all the way down to 21, and, you're just like and a lot of other ones too. Gosh, that mirror's oh, and there goes coin again. And there's Rocket. Needs to hold up. I'll drop that down. Man, if this thing goes green. Yeah, that was a nice little setup there in Rocket Lab for sure. It didn't do anything. All right, all right, I'm gonna bought some more of that BKKT just in case it wants to get going. Yeah, you know what? I'm in that as well. I had a stop and didn't get me at 129. It's another one I just took off my blotter. It's kind of like that, these small little stocks where I have big I just like put my stops in, and I don't want to see them on here because they get frustrating when they don't do anything. And yeah, I'm still in that one as well, but my stop is at 129. Barely missed me. Ooh, I think I just got hit for some more BKKT. Let me see. Yes, I did. Qs are getting a little weak here, rolling over, and IWM continues to go to lows. So even though these things are Bitcoin, they're still stocks. So I gotta keep an eye on them. That's why you take some profits when you have them. No follow through in array today. Scalped out half yesterday. Amazon getting a little bit weak. Tesla is also getting weak. Yeah. And IWM is getting weaker. Let's see. Hold on just a minute there, Nero, and I'll get with you. Are you referring to the AI? I did sell half of that rocket. Are when you say this positions all opened today or history logs showing trades from a few days ago? If you're talking about the AI, yeah, you can go back and look at. Oh no, these are my trades. I'm a swing trader. Some of these positions I've had a while. Some of them I open today, but they're. Uh, I'm a pretty active swing trader, so a lot of times. But yes, they're. No, I don't have a history log where I can go back and show you. I can. A lot of times you can tell on the chart. Uh, I'll tell you right now. Let's see. Rocket. I've been in for 2 days. Let's see. Maybe it's the old chart. I entered on this pullback here to the 20 period moving average, and I just sold half. I scalped out some yesterday. Scalped out, bought back some. I I get pretty active in my swing trading, but TZA was taken today. I've already scalped out some. A lot of these trades were today just because the miners, the Bitcoin miners, got really strong. So I took most of these trades are from the day. Amazon, I've been in for a while. I've been in for a really long time in Amazon, but I was in right here. Got hurt on this day, but then I loaded, got back, made it back on this day. So yeah, it's different. When you the market has been, let's face it, kind of bearish. It really hasn't done anything, especially the Qs. Over the is for a month now. So I've been pretty active getting in and out. Wolf, let's take a look at Wolf. Yeah, I did not know that was a crypto. It's a nice little trend there today. Okay, yeah, sure is. I did not. I'm glad. Thanks, Nero. That's I'll definitely keep that one on the radar. It's a nice uh green bar reversal, you call it, which we're seeing a lot of today in a lot of these things. But I will add that to my list because that's one gosh, there's a few out there. Let me see. CRCL is not really doing anything today. And was it Gemini? Not really doing anything. But yes, I wasn't aware of that one. So I'll definitely keep that on my radar and add it to my Bitcoin list. Put an alert for a pullback in this thing. It's not hitting me. I did get some more of this at 60. I'm not sure why it's not hitting me in the sim trader here. Coin. That's pretty pathetic. You got to hold that level. I should have banged some of that out, like I did, Mara. Because these things can turn weak pretty quickly. Like to see that hold the 5-day there. Yeah, you're basically picking bottoms right now. 3 sharp is what you're doing, and really I had my eye on them because I thought Bitcoin may get a little rally today for some reason with silver hitting 100. But how long it lasts, and that's why I do a lot of scalping in these things when I do get. And let's face it, the market's getting weak as well. The market is yesterday, let's take a look at the Qs. Yeah, yesterday it couldn't hold up and came down and closed. So you want to watch these two moving averages here, because I think if we fall below the 10 and the 20, which basically are right at right together, pretty much 620. You don't want it, really don't want it to go back below 620, because then I think we could just continue in this sloppy mess we're in. Oh, and I see ABTC is doing its thing again. Okay, I sold a bit more of that Mara. Yeah, I'm not crazy about this market at all. That BKKT backing up as well. If you're asking me, you know what? I am short. I'm long this TZA down here that I bought this morning. Okay, because the IWM has just been going and going and going, and I noticed yesterday had a nice little shooting star, so I shorted that at the open. Uh, I typically won't short stocks. Well, first of all, I do a lot of my trading an IRA and a 401k. In a 401k, you can't really short. There's a few big cap names you can short, but I don't care for those. They're toxic. But my 401k, it's a s- I can I can't short, but I can buy more of these triple leveraged ETFs like this TZA. Definitely has me hedged today. I should have scalped some of that coin. No, I don't. I've been a discretionary trader forever, Nero. I've been trading for like 27 years now, and day traded probably 16 of those years, 17 maybe. And so I kind of can look at a chart and kind of get an idea of what that, where the trade wave would be. So yeah, I'm pretty much discretionary. But you know what? It's a great tool. It is a great tool. I probably I could probably benefit from it. Sometimes you get away from, some of the basic concepts, when you're uh, but it was yeah, yeah, it's a great tool. I really think new traders should use it. New traders, yeah, I mean, it's very simple to follow. They are great entries. You just gotta, use your risk parameters and make sure you use risk and, follow the bouncing ball. Just follow the not in this case, so follow the lines, the oscillating lines. Yeah, yeah, and you would understand this, Nero. And I used to tell people, it's like, guys, uh, when you trade long enough, and it took me probably a good year, just where, it's kind of like looking at one of those 3D pictures hanging on the wall, and you can't figure out what it is, and you're just kind of focusing, you're kind of letting yourself go, and then all of a sudden it comes to you. And there's a lot of trading is very, very similar to that. It's amazing just by staring at a screen over so many months how uh, you're just able to, visualize everything a lot bit easier. And that's why I tell everybody, you keep a sector watch list stuff. You want to know, you want to know what's, strong today. And which, by the way, that ConocoPhillips, man, I'm surprised. Well, I missed it. It gapped up too far today. I didn't want to chase it, but it was actually I still got an alert in that thing. I think better. Yeah, other ones, Exxon and some of these big boys had a nice move and still moving higher, but that ConocoPhillips is one to keep an eye on, and I'm hoping it'll pull back maybe to get an entry, but I'll throw an alert down in there if it does pull back to that fast line. I definitely want to know. Yeah, I use can my whole life. I use candles. Keep it very simple. Volume bars, of course, uh, and some basic simple few moving averages, and that's pretty much it. Tesla's getting weak. Yeah, I think it's a market when you have profits. It's a good and take it until these cues can get out of a range or something. Irene, that's looking good. Looking like it wants to go again. And let's see if it gets above. Yeah, if it gets above that 60, man, it could really take off. Put alert there if it goes through.
Sounds like Andy's getting a bit of a cough.
No, no, I'm fine.
Okay.
Yeah, we got some
How
nasty
about the
weather coming in though. I may get a cough
yeah,
after this weekend. Yeah,
even down to Texas, amazing, isn't it? I mean,
yeah. We get these every now and then. What's scary though is most of it's supposed to be freezing rain. So it's
yeah.
that
Don't
that's
drive, Andy.
really
Don't
no,
drive.
no, no. Don't even walk.
Don't even walk. Exactly. Seriously. I don't know if
Hmm.
you know the term black ice, but I mean, I'm
Oh yeah.
growing up in Montreal. I mean, that was the worst because you
Mm-mm.
didn't really know that it was ice. It could just be like a little millimeter thick of ice, but it looked like just normal road,
Yeah.
and because we'd see right through it, so you thought, okay, everything's fine, and hit the brakes on your car, and you go twirling
Exactly.
around.
Yeah, for
Unbelievable. But
sure.
even walking, true. Also.
For sure.
All right. Well,
Net
listen.
trade. I want to answer net trade
Oh,
right here
sure.
because he's
Okay.
asking me about
Sure.
that. Yeah, perfect circle, Barry Lurkin. Uh, I really don't have a strategy. We have a new version coming out here shortly, and it's going to have some new tools in it. So I'm kind of waiting on that. It's going to have a few more features that's going to make it easier. So if I had one, buddy, I don't mind sharing it. But I really don't have one right now that I feel comfortable with giving to anybody, much less using
What are you
myself.
talking about? What
Money
new features?
machine.
Oh, the money machine. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's asking about if I have a strategy on the money machine,
Oh, I
and
see. Okay.
yeah, I'm just kind of hanging out for that new version.
Okay.
But
And maybe you want to answer Teddy. Teddy has got he
I'm
wants
sorry.
to short Micron MU like crazy. He's every day. I wonder. So me, I don't know if you want to answer that one.
No, no, I don't mind. It's the same concept as I'm doing with silver right now. It hit 100. I shorted a tiny bit of it via ZSL. Now I can promise you, poor traders out there are loading up on it, thinking it's going to go to 100 and has to turn around. It's gone far enough, and it's hit that psychological 100 level, but it doesn't have to happen that way. So, my advice is not to try to fading's a different game. It's almost a long game. In other words, if you're looking for a quick move, maybe this sets up with a shooting star going into tomorrow, right? And then you can hit it tomorrow once it takes out yesterday's low. But honestly, if you're just looking to make a 3 to 5% on a one move, you're better off playing to the long side. You really are. I mean, my advice is if you're shorting a parabolic move, you need to be in it for a long time. If you're thinking that's the top, you need to be in it for a long time. So otherwise, you're better off just playing momentum to the upside like Barry does.
There we go. There we go. A
Hmm.
little plug for me.
Yeah. But
Okay.
all right.
I Yeah. So well, have a great weekend, Andy, and
Oh
keep
yeah. Oh
fingers
yeah.
crossed. And
Oh
we'll see you
well.
next Friday.
Yes, Barry. You have a great
Okay.
weekend too, and everybody
Okay.
do the same. We'll see you next week. Bye bye.
Okay, guys, just take over the stage, as it's called in StreamYard. And let me just do a couple of things here. Get my mic going in the main room. Get rid of the announcement. Oops. Get rid of the announcement. And get my music going, and we're good to go. Maybe for another hour or so, or longer if you have questions. All right. So now, what is happening? Let's see. Anything? You know what? I have to keep an eye on this UAMY. I mean, if it takes out this high up here, 1116, you know what? I might be induced to taking it again. This was a nice little move for me anyway. Why? Because look at the weekly chart. It has a lot of room on the weekly chart. 1386. So on the weekly chart anyway, it's got a ton of room. Yeah, I'll go to 4 if there are questions. Oh, that was last Friday, wasn't it? Or was that last Friday? One of the Fridays, yeah, I think I went all the way to 4 o'clock. Yeah, I mean, if there are questions, I'll hang around. So SwiftTax, if you're still around, were you able to get the, Tradeway working for you? I can do it again if you didn't get it working. Just give me a moment. Pretty sharp. So weather in actually, we've had a very mild winter in, well, I can't speak for all of BC, but Vancouver, we've had a very, very mild winter. It's a little bit cooler today, but I mean, nothing, we haven't had any snow, nothing. Zip. Very mild winter. Oh, you got it working? Great. Okay, SwiftTax. Now remember, you have to save your work. Okay, so remember to save your layout, so you don't have to do it over. You don't have to do it again. Everything, any little change. Well, it's not a little change, but any change you make, either to your charts or to your scans, etc. You have to. Don't forget to save your work at the very, very least. File, exit, and then it's going to ask you, do you want this layout? The next time you load trade ideas, if you say yes, then of course the layout you currently have on will load again with all the save changes. Yes, perfect circle. I mhm, I completely understand. That's the least, okay? Swift tax, that's the least. But I would also though save everything to the cloud, okay? File, save or share to cloud. So on the toolbar, click on File, Save or Share to Cloud. You can click on Entire Layout. So if you click on Entire Layout, then you can, oops, then you can give it a. Just give me a moment. Then you can give it a name, whatever name you want. You know how I like to do my layouts. I really only have two layouts I'm using right now, but I date them. I like to date them. So that sounds a little funny. I like to put the date on. So for instance, if I was, Barry's layout, March or January 23rd, 2026. So I know the date I made it. That's what I like to do. And then you save it. So now it's in your cloud. So if you accidentally somehow close down trade ideas. Let's say you accidentally hit the X up here. Okay, you created a nice little layout and everything's cool, and then you accidentally hit the X, which gets you out of trade ideas. Well, you know what? Your layout's not saved. So make sure you save your layout to the cloud. Easy enough to bring it back. Another reason for saving, and I also save individual scans. Anything I do, I saved. Like I'll save this to the cloud. Move us to the upside. Every individual scan or raise or top list window. I don't save the charts, but everything I save to the cloud because I never know when I want to bring something back. Maybe for whatever reason something I'm using today, I don't like it as much anymore, and so I say, oh, I'll retire it for a while, bring something else back that I used to use, and these things can go in cycles. So I always save everything to the cloud. Yeah, so not the charts. The race, yes. Not this race though. I mean, this race here. I mean, this is just something I concocted yesterday. So it's, I can share it with you. This is the race that's on my homepage. This race right here. This is something I just I concocted yesterday afternoon. My homepage has all the different scans though. I don't have a layout though. I don't have a layout of it. The whole idea of going to my homepage is to pick and choose what you might want. Okay. I don't have a layout, but everything is on my homepage other than the charts. And it's a good exercise to know, whoops, Wait a moment. It's a good exercise to understand how to when you get a link. Give me a moment. So it's a good exercise, when you go to my homepage, you click on my homepage link, how to load a link. It's a good exercise, okay, to know how to do this sort of stuff. All you have to do. So you want this one, the large cap gainers. You click on the open scan. Click on the open scan. There's the link up here. It just showed up. Overwrote the tab, but sometimes depends on your browser. Maybe goes into a new tab, but you'll see it. I mean, it's so evident where it is. Then you just go to the right side of it, and I left click, hold my, and then start to move my mouse over to highlight the link. So now it's highlighted. Control C. Now it's copied. Okay, Control C on my keyboard. So now this is copied. Then File, Load from Cloud, and there's the link right there. You know you've done it correctly if the box is filled in. And you can see it is ending in 0B3 or OB3. And then you just load it. Now it's on your screen. Okay, now it's on your screen. You should know how to do things like that. And so that's why I sort of a la carte everything. You can kind of pick and choose what you might like. Not everybody wants everything. Okay. And so it's exactly the same procedure every single time. Open scan. Here's the link up here. Just highlight it, copy it, Control C. Now it's copied. File up in the toolbar, load from cloud. There's the link. Load it. Okay. Should know how to do that sort of stuff. I'm not just talking to you, Nero. That's it. Just very general stuff that people should understand how to do. So Swift tax, how to get so in our charts, there are basically two options in our charts. So if I right click on a chart, basically two options. I go to properties, notice checked symbol linking. Okay. Now this is the default that says link to all. That'll be checked. Okay. Don't worry about these other colors, but checked symbol linking. So in each one of these charts, that is checked. The symbol linking is checked in all these charts. That's why when I click on FCEL, everything changes, as opposed to my SPY chart. I don't want my SPY chart to change, of course. So when I click on symbol, everything loads, METC, but the SPY chart doesn't change. Why? Because if I right click on it, again, go to properties, symbol linking is unchecked. Okay. You probably meant AUSD, right, Dwayne? Well, I was watching gold, and gold had a little downturn. It's popped back up again. GLD. I was talking about GLD specifically, but it sort of was following. See what happened with gold, GLD. I have this thumbnail, one of my other. So you see what happened here, and look what happened. Held the VWAP though. Held the VWAP. So the VWAP in this particular case, anyway, that acted as support. Well, another gold play. So this one didn't really do that. I mean, this one has been pretty strong. I don't like the way it looks on the 2 minute chart. A little bit choppy, but this US gold USAU is. I mean, it did not have the drop like gold did, and then the pop up. It's been fairly steady, but it's not a great looking 2 minute chart. Better looking on the 5, I guess. Wow. So NEOV, what did it do? It got up to what, 717, and now it's down to 615. So it dropped $1 and moving to, there are shares available. I'm not sure there were shares available earlier, but maybe there were 66,000 in Interactive Brokers. That's too bad. I mean, that is just, I mean, you can tell, right? Look at that. Look at that. Look at the wave. Maybe take a little profit out here. Then hold on, though. Hold on. And then you get rewarded. Excuse me, if you did short this, and I'm talking the NEOV. So Swift Acts, that makes sense. And right click and properties. Lot of information in the properties box pop up. Again, symbol linking is one of them. Just uncheck or check, and that'll so check it, and that'll get your timeframes all, or the symbol moving in all the timeframes at the same time. All right, guys. Well, it is 1:17 now, so I'll go one last time for the week. My homepage link. Somehow, I don't think I'll be here till 4, William. Not that many questions coming in now, but you never know. Oops. Okay, so clicking on my homepage link. So there's the promo code that you can use now. You'll get 15% off the first month only or the entire year. And again, listen carefully, 15% off the first month only if you take out a monthly subscription, okay? And that's good for our standard and our premium services. And all I ask, as usual, please use my code. I moderate a YouTube room, and also for those on YouTube, there's another trading room right here. I'm moderating both these rooms. Company tracks the use of the promo code, so if it's used enough, they don't mind keeping the rooms free. This room, the trading room, is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. YouTube, I don't usually get it up and running till about 8:30 Eastern Time. So again, if you're looking for interaction amongst other traders in the pre-market, come into the YouTube room. Sorry, come into the trading room. It's open at 6:45 a.m. And Obi, thank you for doing it. And then today, for instance, I'll be leaving probably sometime between 2 and 2:30, but William will keep the room open till 3:30. And next week, probably later, maybe 3:45, 4 o'clock, depending on what sort of earnings plays there are. And again, these gentlemen don't have to do this, so I really appreciate they're doing it. And if you do take out a subscription, go down to the education section, click on the more info, and first thing you must do, the getting started with trade ideas, getting started with trade ideas. Okay, 12 short videos. Mandatory you do that to begin. And if you don't have trade ideas, I would start off with that second video and go to the end. Again, there's 12 videos. For you, it'll be just 11. And that should give you a good enough idea about whether this is the type of program you might want to try. You can try this for a month. So the month is not month, it's just month to month. So it's not a long-term contract or anything. You just go month to month. You can cancel anytime. Back to basics. If you are new to trading, free series of videos, 15 of them for you, free. And keep scrolling down. Whoops. And to the homepage, my homepage, and you scroll down a little bit, and the trade of the week. Trade of the week is free. Also, you'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. And you'll get an email. It'll basically outline the reason for for looking at this trade. It'll give you a suggested entry, a suggested stop. How you trade it, if you trade it, is of course up to you, and it's free. And last, if you're looking for the information I'm sharing. So this race underneath is the large cap gainers right here. I don't have this rate. If you want it, I can give it to you. This is just sort of something I put together yesterday afternoon. Movers to the upside, movers to the downside is right here. Pre-market actives up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market. Biggest gainers from the start of the race percent. This is sort of like this one, except it's way more volatile. This one here has market cap minimum of 500 million, minimum flow to 50 million. So you're not going to get usually big percentage moves. This one you will, but with big percentage moves up and come with big percentage moves down. So they're a lot more volatile. And then I have these other scans that you can take a look at. Yeah, when you come into the room, there should be a box that pops up that says, what username do you want? You're talking about in the trading room, SwiftTax. I mean, I'm sure, I don't do the same thing. So, but I'm sure when you come into the room, isn't there a box that pops up and you can put a name in? Or nickname? Okay, TAFTA. Yeah, nickname, whatever nickname you want. Name and email. There you go. So that's what you're asked for. Name and email. So I don't go through that, but so name and email. Okay. So whatever name you want to use in the room, and then of course your email. Exactly. Interesting. This Alaska Air Group. This is an earnings play, and it's just kind of flatlining up here. Maybe starting to move down a little bit. Okay, maybe this is a short opportunity to the VWAP 5047. That'd be a nice move. Now I see HYMC underneath 50 again. So what is silver doing? SLV. What is silver doing exactly? And still up. Maybe I'd say a little bit of a downturn, but nope. Look how many months. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Basically a whole year. I mean, what's the $31, $25? I mean, like a $6 range in SLV for basically the whole that whole year. Well, that's a 12-month period, okay, not a calendar year, but a 12-month period. Did absolutely nothing. Even here, what month is that? That is looks like May of last year. Even here, and then all of a sudden May, June. July, August, September. Wow. I don't know. I kind of like Swift tax. Have I ever made it ever? Well, yes. Ever? Yes. You're talking about, well, what do you mean by 200%? You mean like a double? So ever is a long time. So the answer is yes. But can I predict that a stock is going to make a 500% move intraday before it happens? No. I'd love to say yes, but I cannot. Move. I thought Move actually had a chance. I mean, Move is up 123%. Okay. But I actually thought that, if it get back over 20, it's not, I doubt very much it's going to do it. This is the type of stock that I thought if it get back over 20 and take out the high, it could have, gone to 30 or 40 or $50. Could have. So we do not have a filter for 2 days, but so you're talking about the, I don't think so. Yeah. So the lowest change we've got is 5 days. Okay. The only change is 5 days that we have. That's the lowest. So we don't have like a change 2 days, 10%. There might be another way around it, but as far as just something that we have immediately, to change in 5 days, you could have whatever percent you want. Okay, either a dollar or a percent move. No, again, it's the same thing though. With any certainty, no, there's no. I mean, you can look at float, obviously, unusual tech. I mean, if it's a super low float, like some of these crazy ones under a million, sometimes, I mean, you can sort of, I think to myself, boy, could this be the one today? But sometimes it just doesn't happen. And if it has some news, if it does have some news, even if it's kind of crazy little news, as long as it has some news, perhaps to keep the interest alive for a day, that's probably what I'd be looking at. But it still doesn't mean with any certainty that that's going to be the one. Yeah. So what you're talking about is this move here. I mean, this is what I'm trying to do here on an intraday basis. Okay. These stocks right here were up at least six. They closed at least 6% up yet from yesterday. Okay. So when they closed, these stocks were up at least 6% yesterday, at least. And now today they have to be up at least 2%. So a bit of continuation. Now they could have been. I'm not looking at MRAM exactly, but they could have been pulling back. But this stock was up at least 6% yesterday when it closed, and it's still up, over 2% today. I mean, is this a great continuation play? Not necessarily, but that's what this is doing. That's what this race is doing. And a continuation play. I mean, you can use, for instance, you can use the consecutive days. For instance, you can try one of the filters that we've got is the consecutive days filter. So, for instance, if you said, okay, show me stocks that have been up the last 2 days. So, if I'm gonna type in consecutive here, or start typing in consecutive. So consecutive days. Okay. So you could say add the filter, and it's got to be up at least the last 2 days, for instance, has to be up in the last 2 days. And then, so what it's doing, it's looking left. Okay. So it's not counting today as one of the days. So if then you said, just so you construct a scan, again, whatever number you want, but I'll say, let's say 2 days in a row has to have been up. Then you use that. And then in your scan for today, the stock has to be up for today, like above yesterday's close, as an example. Okay. Which would mean then maybe it is a continuation play for, it's been up for 2 days. Maybe this will be the third day. Again, it doesn't mean though, obviously that it's going to continue. Well, now, will this hold? Well, I don't know. It's underneath the View app now. NEOV, so it's still up 6%, but will 6 hold it? At this point, this was a lifetime high up here. The low yesterday was 557. That's that Sable Offshore, right? So let me guess. It's off. Yeah, right. It's off the offshore California. Okay. Wow. Nice little tank job there. As you just pointed out, that's the news that you were talking about, William. Shares fall 10% after California sues Trump administration over company's oil pipeline restart. This run it had was because of the restart. I remember seeing all that news about, okay, they're going to allow. This is on January 2nd. Surges 29% as ruling brings California pipeline closer to restart. Okay. So, Baba, I don't look at the 50 daily MA. Okay. I do not look at the 50. So, the only moving average I've got is the 200-day moving average. So I don't have the 50, and that's not to say people shouldn't use it. I know a lot of people use the 2050 and the 200. I just don't. But let's take a look at FBLG if there's something else. I knew it was going to be under a dollar, but I thought, well, maybe Baba's changed his tune this year. Maybe a New Year's resolution: no trading under a dollar stocks. But nope. Yeah, so you're on your own. You are on your own. And look, I'm just kidding, Baba. I mean, there's nothing wrong with trading stocks under a dollar. It's just it hasn't been profitable for me, so I just don't do it. So why do you think it's a scam? Just out of curiosity, why do you think it's a scam company? Just out of curiosity, just looking at a pretty big float. Yeah, there you go, William. I know I was always surprised when you trade stocks under a dollar because most of the time you are looking for some kind of fundamentals. But there you go. What? So why do you? I mean, I know it's your opinion, but why do you? Oh, I see. Press releases like SMX. Okay. Speaking of SMX, sure, SMX and gold's new gold standard. Verification is replacing assumption in the global markets. Then you should just stick with those then, the ones that are under a dollar. If yeah, I mean, obviously, I mean, a stock doesn't have to move that much to get percentage increases like that. Oh, I could not tell you if it's the norm. I mean, in the morning, I do see stocks that are under a dollar. One of my scans does pick those up. Yeah, and I see, wow, it's up 200%, 300%. But the stock has gone from like 20 cents to 60 cents. I mean, it's tremendous if you get it like that. But I tried one. How many months ago was it? A few months ago, I tried one. I was I can't remember what it was. I just cannot remember what it was, but it was just over 50 cents. And I'd seen enough of them over the last couple of weeks that, went from 50 cent, well, 50, some number almost up to a dollar. And I remember saying in the room, okay, the next time this happened, see a stock like that, I'm going to take it. And of course, it went from 50 cents to 30 cents. I didn't hold on down to 30, but really, go on a recovery play. At the bottom here, 57 up to 60, 62. You bought the opening candle, okay. Now, how is Cenex doing? Let's see, is it piggybacking on AA? Actually, it's not, is it? The big aluminum player, and it is not. And this is a big, that's a big difference between Cenex and I mean, I know it's Century Aluminum, but Cenex and Alcoa, this is almost a lifetime high. I mean, right here is a lifetime high, and whereas Alcoa is nowhere close to a lifetime high. It's in 61%. Now, Cenex has earnings coming up, I believe, yeah, in February. So about a little less than a month from now. So just the two trades today. Well, no, the Orla that was a loss. That's right. The Orla was a loss, but the UAMY was pretty good, and the CHRS is pretty good. Nothing fantastic though. And the Orla was the loss, the gold play. Yeah, I just don't think move is going to do it. If move is going to do it, to me, it would have to be in the 20s right now. So I don't think it's going to do it. Oh, I see that. You said you weren't going to short this QCLS, William. Yeah, so it's got halted on the way. I don't know what it got halted at, on the way up or down. I guess down. Was halted on the way up. Okay. Was a 10-minute halt. Yeah, right here. It was about an hour. About an hour at 4:50. So unusual tech, if it's 5 minutes after, usually there's some news. Okay. That's what happened. That's what I usually, okay. If it's like within 5 minutes or just after the market closes, usually it is because there's some news that is hitting. Okay. That's what I saw move, for instance, yesterday. Let me get to a 30-minute chart, be obvious. See what happened yesterday? I'm sorry, that's 4 o'clock. Hard to see, but move had the big move. Yeah, maybe get to a 15. Yeah, this is yeah. So this is after hours. Okay, this happened. I don't know how, within about 5 minutes. There was and Move did nothing all day. So that's why, though, it had some news. And if the news was, its subsidiary had some kind of a deal going with Nvidia. That was the news. But you can just see. It's hard to see, but it's sort of a little mauve area right here. And that was right at, what time was that? That was right at 4 o'clock. Right at 4 o'clock. So when you see a move like that, usually it means there's some kind of news that hits. But you can't predict that. You just cannot predict that. Move did nothing all day until that news hit. All right, guys, 1:44. So maybe 15 minutes left. When's the next holiday? Don't you have in February? Is it what, President's Day or something? Is that in February? Yeah, I did my video on Intel today, and yeah, I mean, what time was that video? The video was done right around noon, and we're watching this, and I sort of said, the way it's turning, it looks like it could have another leg down, and there we go. And the low looking left, 45.22, so it's underneath that now. So the next low is 43.89. I mean, there's nothing stopping it. A lot of disappointed people, I'm sure, ahead of that. Look at the nice move. A little bit of a pause here, but the 2 days, then the third day, three before earnings today. I mean, not a lot of people, according to the way it was trading, were expecting this. Now, I'm not saying everybody held their, positions and we're going to wait through earnings. But if you'd seen this ahead of earnings, you might have thought, okay, the smart money is getting into Intel. Boy, William, putting a relative volume of 6 into your scan, and that just has stopped it in its tracks. This is it for today. This is the only ones today, which is, it's okay. I don't mind. Oh, UAMY now is back over 11. So let me take a look at this one, maybe for a late dayer. What was the high today? The high today was 1106. No, sorry, not 1106. 1115 was the high. Right around this, well, right up here. So let's see if it takes out the high. I mean, it's got the room. Well, I'm looking at gold, GLD. So a lot of the gold plays are probably doing something like this. Look at this. I mean, now gold is at the VWAP again. Remember earlier on, it approached the VWAP. The VWAP kind of acted as support, bounced off it, but now look. So I'm sure that a lot of the gold plays are looking something like this. How's Barrick doing, as an example? Yeah, Barrick is probably a big component of the gold sector. I think it's still the largest gold mine in the world, gold miner in the world, gold miner in the world. STVN may bounce. Okay, let's take a look at STVN. How expensive is this one? Oh, not bad. 117. Well, 17 might hold it. And that's the bounce. Yeah, no kidding. That's a great bounce. In fact, I'm not saying you probably wouldn't have got it right at the bottom, but I mean, if you, even you waited for a little 17 break, that's a great bounce. Was that in your scan? It's not, it won't show up for me because I put 6, I think, in the. All right. You know what? Maybe want a few more, so I'll reduce it to 4. You don't even have any. I know you don't have any relative volume, I don't think. There you go. There's the Stevian or Stevenado. So this is a situation in which the way I'd be, if if I don't take the bounce, what I'd be looking at is, okay, this bounce into the cloud, maybe the rejection, it's still orange, then maybe the rejection, and then the continuation down. But that's a pretty big bounce. I mean, that's a 50-cent bounce. That's a pretty big bounce. Well, guys, yeah, see how this is starting to move down. If this were a little earlier in the day, this could be really interesting. Sort of, yeah, you get the pull up, but it did not turn blue and did not continue. And now it's curling down again. My guess is on a 1 minute chart, you would see a little blue. No, interesting. Not even on a 1 minute chart. Okay, well, a lot of shares available to short. However, let's take a look left. 1655 on the monthly chart. That is the next low on the monthly chart. That was back in well, a few months ago. Boy, it's really choppy right now. You're right. I didn't even look. Sorry, I didn't even look at the spread. Yeah, 25-42. I don't know what it was before, but okay. So there's not like a simple stock window as such. Ooh, just give me a moment. So you're talking. Okay, you can. Have you ever created a symbol list before, Brian? We call them symbol lists. Watch the the whole rest of the world calls them watch lists. So have you ever created a watch list? Yeah, I guess the answer is no, right? Okay. So you would start off with either an alert window or a top list window. Okay. You can't do it outside of, well, I shouldn't say that here. I'm a little bit wrong on that. I like to do it from within the alert window or the top list window, and I'm going to monitor it. But you don't have to do that. So if you click on tools, I'll click on tools. Okay. And then click on symbol list. Okay. And then, first of all, let me know if I went too fast. So click on tools from the toolbar, tools, and then click on symbol lists. That's what we call a watch list. So this box is going to pop up, and then you create new list. Okay, create new list, and let's call it Brian. Okay, or brain. How about brain? That's even better. So we'll call it brain, and we'll say okay. So you see now, and it's in alphabetical order. So you can see right now. I'm sorry to say, your brain is empty. But okay, so there it is. Brain is empty. So you click on it, left click on it to highlight it, because you could have, but well, if you've never done one, you'll see it immediately. And now you click on edit list. Okay. Now here's where you can put your symbols that you want to follow into it. Now, so if you have a list of stocks that you want, you can copy the list in, or you type them in one at a time. Let me just put a couple in. Okay. I always Microsoft and Macy's. Okay. And I'll say okay. So you see now there are two stocks in there. Okay. So that's how you create the symbol list. And that's how you'll edit it, because you can then go and edit the list, and you can, get rid of what you don't want, make additions, subtractions, etc. Okay, so that's how you can edit your list. But here's the trick, because the now you want to be able to monitor the list, and that's where you have to decide whether you want to monitor it from a top list window. You can add it to a race, a scan. So, for instance, I mean, this is a bad example because you'd never do it in the halls for Zooms. But if I right click, but imagine this is just, say a nor. Okay, yeah. How do you see it on your display? Well, it depends, and it depends if you want to see all the stocks that are in there, or do you want to see the stocks that meet your filter requirements? Because you may have a list of stocks, but maybe. Well, let me ask you, how are you doing this? Like, what are you planning on doing? Are you planning on looking at stocks that are active today, or is it sort of some? Yeah, okay. Well, obviously you can edit the list and you'll see. Okay, there. I mean, you can see it there. But okay, so probably the easiest way is in a top list. So you would create a new top list window, okay, and you can start from scratch. New top list window, start from scratch, and you see where now it says symbol lists, add existing lists. You click on that. More than likely, you'll never, you'll see it right off the bat, because if you've never done one before, I just have to go down and find brain. Okay, so you left click on it, or left click on it to highlight it, and what happens is then it moves over into this column. Once it's in this column, then this is a drop-down menu. The default is usually all symbols, but you can go only the following list in this drop-down menu, and then you check it. Okay. Now you probably want to add some columns. I'll just leave it like that. Okay, I'll just leave it like that because now you're going to see the symbols. Not necessarily because these are filters. If you just want to see the symbols without, does it have to be up 2% or a minimum volume? You see what I'm saying? Like you want to see all the symbols regardless of how much is traded, or because if I do this, let's keep the price, but I'll get rid of the relative volume. I'll get rid of everything other than the price and the volume today. Okay. Yeah, a moment. Okay, now I got to figure out why the two stocks are not there. What have I done wrong? Unless it takes about 30 seconds to get the list in. Hmm. He's probably following. Did I still have a filter? I thought I got rid of everything. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, you know what I did? Yeah, I'll tell you exactly what I did. I got rid of them, but I didn't say okay. Okay, that's what I did. Well, I can keep no, all I want are the column headers. And even that will have to get out because Microsoft, and so I forgot to save it. That's all. Okay, so here you are. So you've got your dollar. So this is how you can monitor if that's what you want to do. That's probably because you had some filters in place, like I did. I forgot to get rid of the filters. I thought I did. I went to create new, and I forgot to save the fact that I wanted to start from scratch. I forgot to save that. So at this point now, you can, you've got here are the symbols that you've got. Probably want to, just adjust the column width and all that sort of stuff. And then you can start to add things, as columns, okay? Because it's not a filter, but add, what could be interesting to you as columns, and maybe the relative volume to see if it's trading abnormally. Maybe whatever you think is of interest to you as columns. It won't get rid of the symbols. It'll just give you the values. Like this is the total volume. It's giving me the value, and obviously the price. That's giving me the value. So okay. And then now here's what you can also do, okay, on the fly. So I mean, I don't know how you're adding things to that symbol. Let's say you've created that symbol list. Now here's how you can do things on the fly. Let's just say you click on UAMY, okay, and you say, I wouldn't mind adding that. So all you have to do is right click and send. Okay, send, box pops up, go down to symbol list, box pops up. You'll see it right off the bat. I'll add it to brain. Okay. Now it might take a couple of like maybe 30 seconds for it to add. Okay. But that's how you can quickly fairly quickly anyway. Come on, add. Um, and so you can go to, so again, you can right click, send, and you're not clicking, you're just hovering over these boxes, and then another box pops up, and then you just send it to Brain. See how it showed up? So it might take, you should see it within 30 seconds. Now, the problem is getting rid of it. Okay. There's not an easy way, which, this is kind of old. I mean, fortunately, there's not an easy way to get rid of a symbol. You have to go to tools. I mean, probably the easiest way is tools, symbol list, and then find it. Again, you'll see it immediately and then edit the list. And then you can start to, if I want to delete that or delete those two. But is your list something that you would want to watch all day long, typically? Okay, so you're probably not going to be doing a lot of editing during the day. Is that, once you have a symbol in, you're going to want to watch it all day long? Because if that's the case, then, it's not that big a deal then, because then after hours or okay, if you want to add when you buy new stock, then make sure, then all you have to do is right click and send it, and then it'll get into the list. See how those other two disappeared when I edited? I think that's the simplest way. Instead, I mean, you could go up. This is obviously a lot more, well, a little more difficult. Clicking on tools, symbol lists, click on edit, and then add it. I mean, you could do it that way too, but I think it's probably easier to right click, send. Oh, I'm sorry, you're in the chart. Right click on the chart because it's usually it's your chart that is going to determine whether or not you want to add it. You like what you see, and then you just send. And you're not clicking, you're just sort of hovering, 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 and then you're only really clicking twice. No. You mean your average price that you bought? No. So sorry, Brian, I'm gonna get rid of you. See, now you're gone. Nothing's in there. I got rid of the symbol list, so now this is blank. You played the bounce. I was, I got tied up, and that's okay. I got tied up doing that other thing. I was actually thinking of shorting this. So you played another bounce on it? Wow, great bounce. All right, guys, it's 2:10 now. So again, I'll hang around if there are questions. Even when I go, I'll keep this up and running. I'll keep my layout up and running. You'll still get a crawl here, and you'll get the active race. All right, guys, I'm not seeing any questions coming in. So the first thing I'm going to do is, oh, okay. Sign up for, can I run the Windows beta version without uninstalling? Um, I never uninstall. Pepe might be choking. I don't typically uninstall. Okay. In fact, I haven't uninstalled. I used to way back. Was sort of it was advised, but I don't know. Several years ago, they said you don't have to uninstall it. There you go. Pepe says there's no need to uninstall. I thought maybe you'd be choking. So yeah, no need to uninstall, and you don't have to worry about now. Eric, make sure though, just since 2010, since I've had this program, I've never had an issue with when I install a new version that somehow I lose some of the things I've had before. It's never ever happened. But I think it's just good practice to save your layout to the cloud. Okay, save your layout to the cloud. Save if you've created any windows, individual windows. But if you just signed up for Pro, then you probably haven't done anything. Or did you have standard before, and then you've gone to the premium service? Is that what you mean? It shouldn't matter. I mean, I've never had an issue where I've lost anything. But listen, I do it every day. I do it every single day. You guys see me when I get out of my pre-market scan or my pre-market layout. I save it. I always save it, and I'll save this, even though I think I have made a couple of changes to my layout. So, but sometimes, okay, yeah, great. Save it to the cloud. Because so for instance, if you accidentally clicked on the X from the toolbar, you'll be out of the program, and if you haven't saved your layout, you're out of luck. Though I guess there is a sort of a way to recover it. But I mean, why save yourself the anguish? Just save everything to the cloud, then you don't have to worry. So have you done the 12 videos, Eric? Have you gone through the 12 videos if you just signed up? Okay, good. I know it's not going to make you an expert, but at least it'll give you, a lot of the basics. And then come into the room. Yeah, I mean, keep coming into the room. You can ask questions, can kind of see what we're doing. But when you trade futures, it's still looking at charts, right? I mean, futures is still chart reading or no? I've never traded futures, but it still has an element of chart reading, no? Okay. Maybe he hasn't stopped. Maybe he's just also wanting to trade stocks, or it sounds like it's. I don't want to say one or the other. I don't know if you could do both the same day. Ah, there you go. Not an opportunity in NQ and ES every day. Yeah, that's why I never really got into futures because I mean, there's so many stocks. You never ever. I mean, there could be some slow days, but even on a slow day, there's always something. I bet you were going crazy, Eric, last February though with the ES a year ago when we had these massive moves in the SPY, up 20, up 30, down 20, down 30. Yeah, no, it's true. I mean, you got to be nimble, no question. I told this story before. I think there's some who've been in the room for a long time. My only foray into e-minis was it was either I can't remember it was 2007 or 2008, and during the financial crisis. And oh man, I know exactly what you mean. The problem I had is that I was so new to it. I traded stocks and all, but I was so new to it, and I wasn't quite used to the platform that I was using to trade. And there were times where I wasn't sure if I was long or short. And I was sweating trying to get out of a position and then accidentally adding to the position or something. And oh man. And we had some wild swings in those days too. If you were trading back then, 2007, 8, 9. Anyway, I guess that's it, guys. I'm going to shut down the YouTube rooms, but before I do that, I will put the trading room, well, not quite the trading room link, but my homepage link. So for those of you who are on YouTube, you click on my homepage link, okay? And here's how you get into the trading room, okay? This room will be open till 3:30. So with that in mind, this room on Monday morning, this trading room will be open at 6:45 Eastern time. And today it'll still be open till 3:30, even though I'm leaving. Okay, so that's number one. So number two, in our YouTube room, I do have to shut you guys down. So I'm ending the stream now.